I'm inside and I saw Star Trek The Original Series, Episode 1, The Man Trap. It is directed by Mark Daniels, written by George Clayton Johnson, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts and we're following Kirk. He's given a captain's log. He's talking about he's going on this planet for a routine checkup, and he and McCoy go down to the planet's surface, and McCoy encounters this woman who he's previously dated. And also there's some other crew members that come down to the planet's surface with them. And what's fun is they all see different versions of this lady. And I love the actresses. They look completely different when we have a clear indication that each person is looking at another person that's like different than what the other person is looking at, because they always seem to somewhat recognize, or if they're not recognizing, they're really attracted to the lady, hence the man trap. Along the theme of the man trap, every time we have this lady, she's like luring men. Oh, I'm going to lure you. I've screamed, oh, can you come with me, please? And I'm watching this freaking crew member. Nameless crew members. I gotta love them. Gotta respect them. He just walks off and just follows this chick and then never to see him again. And I'm like, dude, oh my goodness. This is tragic, man. It's incredibly sussy when we have this lady. She's like, oh yeah, the crewmen, they're sick. They died. They died of, not me, it wasn't me, and nope. And I'm like, dude, it's clearly transparent as to what you're doing, lady. I mean, I'm at the stage just hoping that the crew, someone notices that something's up. And of course, we have two more crewmen are tooketh onto the planet and tooketh by this lady, and she disguises herself as one of these dudes. And I'm like watching her do this. I'm like, dude, this is how did this work? Aren't there like certain mannerisms that they have? Who even cares about a person's specific mannerism? Of course this could work. This could work perfectly. I think a red flag that you got somebody impersonating one of your crew members has to be the constant desire for salt. And I'm like, what type of alien just desperately needs salt? I mean, we have lots of salt. We need salt. Ourselves as humans, we need salt. But do we need salt as much as this alien species does need salt in order to... Maybe disguising takes a lot of salt that I'm not much aware of. But of course, we have the good old duo. I love this duo. We got Kirk and Spock. They're like, okay, we're gonna go down. We're gonna figure out. We're gonna find out what's behind all of this. We're gonna go talk to the husband, and the husband be like, oh, I didn't do nothing. I didn't do nothing. Right? He initially tries to deny all this, but I love the fact that Kirk is just like, strong arm, strong fist. I'm gonna come at you. Not like, physically, but with his words. He's got a strong presence about him. Like, I feel like all of his words mean something. If he's going to threaten to punch me or to do something in order to get the answers out of me, I would 100% believe it. And I think that this guy, the husband of this chick who keeps disguising herself, find out that her name is Nancy. So I got the husband and Nancy. The husband and Nancy be like, oh, you got caught into my evil schemes. And I'm like, oh, jeez. What's up with evil scheming? Why you gotta be with evil scheming? Why you gotta be evil scheming all over the place? Oh, if it's just for survival, I get it. You're trying to survive. Everyone's trying to survive. But if you're trying to survive at the expense of everyone dying and everyone just dying, and you're the only one alive, I would hardly call that a good trade-off. I think you should not do that. Instead, you should probably find another way. But nope. This guy desperately needs salt. He's here. He's so desperate that he's just willing to tell the entire plan up front, hey, this is what I'm doing. I'm trying to get this chick to transform so she could get all the salt, and we can steal the salt together. We're salt stealers because we need salt. Sorry, you're out of salt, dude. I'm sorry. My bad. Oh, I'm so sorry. But also, not sorry at all because you tried to attack Spock. And that's never a good thing. Never, ever attack my boy Spock. He's a cool guy. I like him so much. He's amazing. Don't attack my friend Spock. He go like this, and then I'd be like, oh, that's peace. And I'm like, oh, cool. That's a sign of peace. And if you try to attack that, you're a bad guy. And so this guy needs to be put down. He needs to be put down. You know, the only thing I can really think of is he has to be executed Order 66, but that's a Star Wars thing. Man, I'm so new to Star Trek. Like, I'm just now starting out. I want to see all the Star Treks. I want to see all the Star Treks to see if they get bad like Star Wars does. Like I've heard people say that Star Trek does, that it gets bad like Star Wars does. But I'm the ultimate judge as somebody who's never seen any of the Star Treks, and I have no nostalgia for any of them. So I'm going to watch all of them and tell you if any of them are bad. Overall, this episode is a doozy. I really liked the twist. I liked the twist that, someone's being disguised, and it's kind of a creepy thought that someone could just be me, disguised as me, and then take over my body. I mean, not even my body, my position in life, like my social standing. And it's not even my body, it's somebody else. Now that is a terrifying thought. I love the props. Oh my goodness, the physical props. I love it. I love the sets. Dude, this is so set heavy. The saturation on the colors is just so beautiful. I really love this introduction to a series. Beautiful. And I like seeing all of the faces of everyone. Everyone's got all the faces. Beautiful, beautiful faces. I love them faces. Wow. I'm so excited to see all the other Star Trek episodes. What's your favorite Star Trek episode? This is the first one for me. There are going to be many more Star Trek episodes for me to review. Leave a comment below. Let me know which one you're excited for me to cover in the future. I gotta give this episode, it's a solid one. It's a solid 7.8 out of 10. And I'm gonna go teleport. Hey, beam me up. Hey, beam me up, please. Por favor. Thank you. I'm in sound, and I saw Star Trek the Original Series Episode 2, Charlie X. It is directed by Lawrence Dobkin, written by Gene Roddenberry, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts, we're following the USS Enterprise, and they're encountering this ship who has a Charlie. This Charlie is 17 years old. He was alone for 14 years. He only learned how to speak English through a computer, through these spaceship computers that were with him when he crashed on this particular place. I am like, okay, we're immediately dealing with a teenager who has no emotional regulation skills whatsoever. None of it all. How is he going to deal with humans? And I like the beginning of this too. Oh, he can mingle with humans, humans all that like. He's a human just like us. Immediately, Charlie is like, oh, hey, Kirk, you're my father. Hello, father. My father, Kirk. Hey, Dad, can you teach me a thing or two about baseball? He doesn't actually do the baseball thing. I just thought that'd be really funny. But Charlie is like, yeah, I'm a child, and I need somebody to teach me how to do things. And I'm like, okay, Charlie, you can't attach yourself to everyone you meet, or at least the first person you meet who is at least a little bit manly. You can't just do that and be like, oh, he's my father now. No, that's not acceptable. Nobody's going to like that. Only your parents will allow that because obviously they're your parents. But okay, we got Charlie, he's learning about human things. We got this chick, Yeoman. I like her. I like her little blonde hair. She's really cute. But in this episode, she's responsible with talking to Charlie, not like given the task, really. But she just ends up talking to Charlie because Charlie ends up talking to her. And I'm like, okay, Charlie, I know you are not really emotionally developed. Are you socially developed? Obviously not, because everyone hates you around here. You're just so obnoxious. You keep asking questions. You keep being annoying and being acting like a little child. The most annoying thing he'd probably do. And he's 17, so I would expect him to, act a little bit older. But nobody's around him no one was around him to teach him how to be a proper person in society and civilization. So we got freaking Charlie X talking to Yeoman. Yeoman's like, yo, man. Charlie is very attracted to Yeoman. He even hits on her a lot. Like, bro, do you not see the age difference here? I mean, I guess younger people can have crushes on older people. Yeah, sure, that's the thing that happens, exists. But, what, do you think that you guys can just mingle together? She's a working woman, she's a career woman, she's not just gonna drop everything for you, Charlie. But of course, Charlie's like, I'm in love with you, Yeoman's like, you should probably chill out, man. And you know what this freaking Charlie man does? He's like, bam, spank you on the butt. It's like, dude, what? Who taught you this? Oh, no one taught you, so you just feel like you should do this towards another person? Like, this is just normal for you? But of course, Charlie is like, I don't know why I did what was wrong. Oh, you gotta go talk to Kirk. Goes to Kirk. Kirk, why can't I spank people's butts that I like, even though they don't really like me that much? Well, you see, there's only a certain thing you can do with women and men and whatever the heck. Okay, we're dealing with a teenager who has no birds and bees talks whatsoever spoken to him with his life, so he's dealing with annoying puberty stuff. On top of this, get a little bit of hints of it throughout the episode, but more and more as the episode goes. He has psychic powers or telekinetic powers. I can't exactly tell what type of powers it is, but he has some sort of mental powers. He can make people disappear. He can throw things. He just poof, out of existence. He can even like crush vocal cords. Oh, you don't like being sung about, Charlie? Charlie just decided to crush her vocal cords. Ruining Spock's beautiful instrument, man. And I'm just like, oh man, Charlie, you're not doing good, dude. What's up with you? I'm sorry. Why? This is your first time ever that you're being mocked because you're annoying, and so your defense is to get him. That's not gonna land you any friends, Charlie. No. And of course, he keeps getting more powerful. He's even flat out just boop, no longer allowed to live. Just poofs somebody out of existence when somebody was laughing at him, when Kirk was teaching him a thing or two about self-defense. And I'm like, you shouldn't. Dude. Laughing is used to relieve the tension. The fact that you keep making these things happen when you're being laughed at is increasing the tension, Charlie. What is wrong with you? But of course, Charlie's getting more and more powerful. He's threatening to take over the ship. I'm gonna take over the ship. I actually have my own way. I have my own way. What's beautiful is that I do like the troubleshooting process, problem-solving process that the entire Enterprise crew goes through. Kirk's like, oh, let's just like increase their power. Let's just increase how much power we're using. Hopefully this will stop him from taking over the ship, because he's at the point now where he's taking over the ship, and maybe if we add more processes, it'll make his being able to use the ship as a problem, as a way to gain control. He's trying to gain control of the ship. Nope, not with a lot of power being used by the ship. But of course, this actually doesn't turn out to be the case, and what causes his powers. But we got some other guys. They're here to pick him up. I'm like, oh, thank goodness. Even though Charlie's like, these guys don't know how to love. They don't know how to love at all, man. Oh, they don't know how to love. Please don't take me to them. Please don't take me to them. I'm just like, dude, Charlie, if you wanted to hang out with human civilization, you should have at least attempted to learn how to be human. Like, after you make the mistakes, be like, okay, I'm moving on, time to move on, and then you moved on. But you're not doing that at all whatsoever. Nope. You're threatening to take over the ship and then take over the entire USS Enterprise. You're a villain. Why would anyone want to give you love for that? They don't love me. Yeah, you don't love anyone. You don't deserve any love until you work on yourself and become a person worthy of love. Oh my goodness, Charlie. Charlie. If you're listening, however you're listening, please, stop using your mental abilities to torture people, and then maybe, just maybe, you'll be worthy of love. You know, this is a really fun one. I enjoyed this. It made me realize, oh man, as an adolescent, I must have sucked. And I hope that you also got the same lesson, that you probably also sucked as an adolescent. But you're all better now. We all learned the lessons that we had to learn. Becoming an adolescent into an adult. Hopefully you learned all the lessons. Hopefully. But, you know, this is an alright episode. I really like this. The tension in this one is definitely, it's just Charlie, man. Dealing with an adolescent sucks. Man, I hate Charlie so much. I wish that Charlie, I don't know, has a nice life, and he learns some lessons, and hopefully he learns some social lessons. I'm glad he gets taken away, and then the Enterprise doesn't have to deal with them anymore, which is nice. I want to see another episode. What's your favorite Star Trek episode? Let me know in the comments below. What do you think of this Star Trek episode? Have you seen it? Have you not? Let me know in the comments below. I gotta give this episode, this episode gets a solid 7.9 out of 10. I'll see you later, my sour croutons and bacon bits. Whoop. Beam me up, Jess. I'm in sound, and I saw Star Trek, the original series, episode 3, Where No Man Has Gone Before. It is directed by James Goldstone, written by Samuel A. Pepys. And if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts when we're following the USS Enterprise, and they found a ship that has been lost to space 200 years ago. And I'm like, wow, we've been exploring for 200 years? That's nice. It makes me feel like I have hope in humanity again, being all earthbound and such like that. But you know, they've been in space for about 200 years. They have records incomplete, but I do like this one detail. Oh, give me some information on ESP people. And it's like, what does ESP mean? Extrasensory perception? Some sort of godlike powers, as shown later in the episode. So we got, what's great about this is we're just gonna go through the space storm, and Kirk's like, we gotta go find out this information, we gotta figure out information. I'm like, oh boy, do you want to know everything in the world? Are you sure about that, Kirk? I don't think so. Personally, I'm not fit to be a starship captain, because I wouldn't make the decisions that would lead us to figuring out what happened to this specific spaceship. I'd be like, oh, they're really looking up a ton of information on ESP people? Maybe there's some ESPs on board. Maybe that got them, but it's been a while ago. Maybe it's been a while. So of course, Kirk's like, let's go through this magnetic storm. Goes through magnetic storm. And what's unfortunate is that 9 people are dead. Man, Kirk, why'd you have to kill 9 people, man? I mean, I do like how he feels each death. He's so many people that he has to take care of, but each person that he has to deal with dying is another person that he feels for. And I do like this about him as a captain, is that he actually values a person's life. No matter how small, no matter how, like, he doesn't think about it at all because he's the captain. Like, in the moment, he's thinking about other things. He's thinking about where to go, where to navigate. But he does understand that each person on the ship is valuable, and he appropriately mourns their loss, and I really like that about Kirk. There are two dudes, though. They go unconscious, and then they are fine, but they have some sort of glowy thing in their eyes, and so I'm like thinking, oh, maybe the magnetic storm that they passed through, they went through these two people, and then now they have some sort of powers. Their powers are very small for now, but they develop the powers more and more. They develop more and more powers, and I'm just thinking, oh wow, this is so much like the Charlie X episode where he discovers he has powers and then threatens to take over the ship with it. This is also another one of those episodes where somebody is like, oh, I have power, and I'm starting to get more and more power, and the only way to deal with me having so much power is to murder me. And it's like one guy first, and then it's like another chick who develops it, and you gotta murder me. And the only advice on the ship is, hey, you gotta get rid of that guy, or else he's gonna take over the ship, man. He's gonna take over. And ideally, Kirk's like, no. He refuses just to murder anyone outright. Just because he's a threat to the ship, he wants to know more. He seems like he wants to see if he can save this guy. This guy is under the influence of extra sensory power ship. He's under the influence, and he's a big threat to the ship. And so obviously the logical thing would be like, hey, Kirk, maybe you should murder him. Maybe you should make sure that he's not a threat to us anymore. But of course, no, he's like, I gotta get more information. Even Spock's like, dude, if you don't terminate him now, he's going to get too powerful, or he can't control the ship, and then he's going to murder everyone and then take your ship, and since he's not going to be able to understand how to run the ship or whatever, he's also going to die too. That's my personal theory. That little extra bit was an add-on. It's my theory. I personally think that even if he did have the ship, if he ran over the ship, he had the entire, everyone's under his control, that eventually he wouldn't know how to run the ship. There'd be enough people who would be like, no, I stand with Kirk, and then they get murdered or whatever, and then enough people get murdered that he doesn't know how to run the ship properly, and so it's going to end up like the last ship, the one from 200 years ago. Yeah, that's gonna be interesting. I really like that we have this dude who's like, I am godlike, which is why I said godlike in the beginning. I am godlike. I have these godlike powers. I can use my mind. I can control it all, and I'm getting more powerful every day. And I'm like, man, it feels like if you don't want to get murdered so badly, why do you have to exclaim that you're godlike? Now you have all the powers in the world. You're just threatening everybody else around you. They're going to murder you. What if you instead kept those powers hidden, and then just like, oh, I'm fine. I'm not going to show that I have powers or anything. I'm not even going to do that until very too late, and then everyone's got and you have everybody underneath your boot. Why does no one ever think that? Everyone's just thinking, oh, let me just showcase the powers that I have now, because if they never showcase the powers that they had now until it was way too late, then they would get the ship easy. But no, that doesn't happen. I do like the two that have the powers, though. The one guy is like, I'm godlike, and then Dr. Denner, the chick, she's like, no, dude, can you not, please? Can you not, please? I also do like how they're fighting like mentally. She weakens him, gets him to a point where like he cannot fight Kirk. Kirk has like a little gun and rock slides him, so he is not culpable of his death. The accident was, the rock slide was. He got killed by a rock slide, not Kirk. No, I'm innocent, sir. Judge, I'm innocent. I did not murder that man. It was actually the rocks that did it. And it just so happened to be a phaser that went pew at the rocks and then caused a rock slide and caused that man to be dead. No, I like that though. There's a lot of accountable deniability here. That Kirk did not actually murder this dude to stop the power from spreading. I like Kirk is smart enough not to do the violence himself, but to make Earth, or whatever planet that they're on, make that place do the violence for yourself, so you are not actually on the hands for murder. So I like that. I liked it. And also, there is a little bit of a... What are those records that you type up at the end of somebody's life, at the end of their service? I forget what it's called. But they're typing it up, right? Those are the typing noises. And they're just putting in the records. Oh, they did good. They served their country well. They did the utmost bestest they could. It's sad that they're gone. Sad that they're in the line of sight. Spock be like, what are you doing that for? Kirk be like, they didn't ask. They didn't ask to be magnetic and then gain a bunch of powers, a bunch of sensory powers. They didn't ask for that. So I'm going to give him a real nice, good report. And I like that about him. Man, I'm really liking Kirk, man. He's like just the most good, most upstanding person ever. I want more Kirk in the media, man. Where is this in modern media? Why is the only modern media just always about people who are terrible and suck? Why can't we have like role models like Kirk again? Man, I like Kirk. Kirk is a role model. We need him back. Need him back. I heard that everyone hates William Shatner on Twitter. It makes me sad. I don't know what he's like on Twitter, but that's the guy who did Kirk. He's the Kirk man, and everyone hates him on Twitter. Sad. Anyway, this was a fun episode. I like this episode a lot. Maybe like, oh wow, this guy, this Kirk man, he's got some good values. He's got some strong values. I appreciate his values. He's got the bestest of values in the world, and I appreciate about him a lot. So I think because this episode shows it's a good showcase on his values, but it's nothing too exciting that happens except for, oh, somebody's about to take over the ship again. So this episode's a solid 7.5 out of 10. Well, this is cool and all, but I don't want to be here no more. Boop. Beam me up, Jess. I'm inside and I saw Star Trek The Original Series Episode 4, The Naked Time. It is directed by Mark Daniels, written by John D.F. Black, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This movie starts and we're following Spock and also another guy. They go down to this planet, and they're, having a little bit of a looky-loo, just having a little, look. It looks to me like there's some sort of refrigerator, like, overfrost. Do you know what I'm talking about? It looks like the entire surface is covered in, like, that ice from the fridge. It's just what it looks like to me visually. But we have this guy who is with Spock. He's like, I'm just going to touch everything with my bare hands. And I'm like, why would you do that? You're on a foreign planet. Why would you... Oh, I'm just going to take off my glove and just start touching everything and then touch the inside of my mask. I'm like, this is how diseases, this is how they work. This is how they get spread. They go through the transporter. They go on the ship. They get their checkup. Everything is handed down to usual. Also, it's interesting, Spock has his vitals go wonky all over the place, and immediately I'm like, that's really interesting. Spock's vitals can't be read as well as the other crew members' vitals, but he's like, I'm fine, I'm doing great. I'm like, okay, that's cool, that's a cool world-building knowledge fact that I learned. Also, this guy who, I'm just going to touch everything on a foreign surface and just rub my nose. He gets the disease, but he's not really showing any symptoms until a little bit later, when he starts acting weird. On top of this, we have the planet that the USS Enterprise has been assigned to look at, since it's a planet that is shrinking smaller, it's degrading, it's just something to observe, and the USS Enterprise is supposed to observe it, so they're in the orbital field of this planet even as it gets smaller. So on top of the virus that's spreading across the ship, we have a planet that is getting smaller, and because it's getting smaller, the gravitational pull is pulling the ship closer to the core until, like, I don't know, some sort of explosion's supposed to happen with a planet that explodes upon itself. I am no whatever the planet science is called. I'm not one of those, so if you know what that's called, and if you know what the effects would be in space if you're really close to it, like the USS Enterprise is, let me know in the comments below. This guy, just being a little bit hostile. He's being really hostile towards everyone. I'm trying to be hostile. And then the way that it spreads, it seemingly spreads by way of touching the other person, and then if you touch the person who has the virus, then you also get the virus. So as this guy starts being super aggressive and touches people, then other people start getting the symptoms too. Luckily, it's not a ton of people who are contracting this, but one of them is Sulu. Oh boy, I love Sulu. We first see a guy who's acting irrationally in the break room. Sulu's there, so is the other guy who is on the landing bridge. It seems like a navigational officer, and they're just in the break room. They are near this dude, and they touch him, so they get the virus, and then they start acting weird and irrationally. And it's fun because I like the part where Sulu is like, I'm just gonna go to the gym now. It's gymming time here. And I just find it fun because then he has like a fencing, and he goes woo-hoo-hoo, 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 and he just starts fencing all over the place. And I found that to be really cool. I laughed when I saw him fencing shirtless in the hallway. First laugh, but also like, man, that guy's been working out. And so we got some more fun shenanigans, such as the nurse. We got a nurse. She has the disease, and also she confesses her love to Spock, and because she touches Spock's hands and then Spock has the disease, I'm like, okay, how is this going to affect Spock? Spock doesn't have any control over his emotions. And I'm like, wow, this is so cool. This is such a cool insight. Not gonna lie, I really like it. I like this episode a lot because it gives me a like in-depth look at how people would act if they were getting some sort of disease that was, let's say, lowering their inhibitions. Foreshadowing. So now Kirk has it because he's in contact with Spock. Spock literally won't stop crying, but there's like they're becoming dangerously close to the planet, who is becoming smaller, and they're getting pulled into the gravity of the planet, and this is dangerous, and they need to act on it now. They got this B plot. I keep fleshing out the plot, the A plot, but there's also equally as fleshed out B plot that I could be covering, such as on top of their engine is just now. It's just not working because some of the people getting the virus are not working anymore, and so it's like, oh, we're kind of lower staffed, and now how are we going to fix the engine was turned off. Well, how are we going to turn it on? Well, we need some amount, like maybe 30 minutes of time, but we only got like 10 minutes until we get pulled into the planet, right? And then, oh, we're gonna have a big old fight. Instead of like focusing on the fact that we have a little planet collapsing, we have Spock not able to pull it together to focus on the mission of fixing. Well, I guess it's just a matter of heating up. It's just a matter of heating up the engines. Plus, there has to be a way to heat the engines at a faster rate than faster than the planet will get them, right? Here, that's the ultimate thing going on, and there's this experimental method of heating their engines, making them go fast, making the engines go. It's like experimental. I don't know the exact words for it, but it's experimental. It's never been done before. It's only theoretical. And they have to do it, so there's so many risks being involved, and it's kind of like, I'd say it's like a bottleneck, and it's like so much tension is being put there, right? And even so much tension, so much so that we have Spock and Kirk. Well, Kirk starts slapping Spock to get him out of it, and then Spock slaps Kirk, and then Kirk also gets the virus, and it's like, how will they think? Well, luckily we figured out what the virus was actually. It was a alcohol kind of like substance. It would be in your water molecules. It spreads through water. It inhibits. It affects all inhibitions. That's the word. Inhibitions. That's what it is. So, you know, it affects people. And this experimental engine thing, I don't know the exact of it, but doing that made it so they're now being warped back in time 72 hours. And I was like, whoa, that's weird. They just invented time travel. That's cool. But they're not going to focus on time travel for this episode. That's the end of the episode. I'm like, wow, they just invented time travel. And it's like, you know, we could look at that a little bit later, but not now. So I was like, hey, that's cool. There's future potentiality. I'm intrigued with this episode. So much tension built with this episode. A plot incredibly strong. B plot incredibly strong. They both converged. Both of those created so much tension where I just had to stare at the screen, and then the tension was relieved. And then once the tension was relieved, that was the end of the episode. And I was like, I love it. This is great. I'm such a big fan. Ooh, yeah. I love it. This is such a great episode. I really like the performances. I like Sulu fencing around, being shirtless. I thought that was cool. And I like seeing everyone's inhibitions being lowered and them being more themselves. I really like that. So I think I gotta give this episode gets like a solid 8 out of 10. Beam me up. I'm Salad and I saw Star Trek The Original Series Episode 5, The Enemy Within. It is directed by Leo Penn, written by Richard Matheson, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. Richard Matheson, I know him from The Twilight Zone. The Twilight Zone, if you've seen my reviews, he's done a few episodes of The Twilight Zone, and that's where I recognize this name. On with the review. This episode starts and we're seeing the USS Enterprise. They're surrounding this planet. They got some dudes beamed down to this planet, having a little bit of a dig, looking around on this planet, you know, the usual. And there's this guy who gets injured. He has some sort of yellow metal ore on him. What's fascinating is he goes through the transporter. The transporter's having issue catching on to his signal or something, and he's partially there, and then he dims down to not being there, and then he's there again. And it's like, oh, that's weird. Okay. Alright. Something in this metal ore is causing the transporter to do a little bit of a malfunction. So immediately I'm like, alright, something's off. Alright, let's beam up the captain. Let's beam up the captain of this ship. I don't think anyone knew there was something wrong with the transporter until like the captain was beamed up. So the captain gets beamed up, and we got Scotty's like, alright, I'm gonna take you to your place. Let's go. Let's have a little bit of a gander. And then another copy of Kirk also gets beamed up. The differences between the two Kirks that got beamed up, one is kind of frail and weak. He's like, oh, I'm feeling off. But his temperament is pretty even-keeled, chill. This Kirk that got beamed up, oh, he's looking devilish. He's like, ha ha, yeah. And by the way, I love how William Shatner does a good job with representing two sides of Kirk throughout this episode. I'm like fully convinced that Kirk is both this dude who has like a good in him, and because he's got the good part of him is weaker, more frail, he's got like soft features in his face, versus the bad version, I guess the less good version of him, I'd say, has more harsh facial features. He's more aggressive. And so I like this. I like the subtleties between the two already. On top of this transporter being an issue, we got a bunch of dudes down on the planet surface whose their nighttime gets really cold, like ridiculously cold. It just keeps getting colder and colder. I think the number was 120 degrees Fahrenheit, I think was the number exact. I could be wrong. But you know, it gets really cold, and we got some dudes just down there, and it's daylight right now, but it will get colder, and we can't beam anyone up because the transporters are going to split people in two. Luckily, they catch this issue when it's just the captain. Unfortunately, though, how are they going to fix this issue? And also, they got some men just down on the surface. So this is a big issue that's happening. And I'm like, oh man, I really hope they fix this transporter thing. They also beam up this dog thing. It looks like a dog. It looks like a dog in some costume. Is that the word? Dreads? Drag? I don't know what it's called. But we got this dog. It also beams up in two different personalities. And the good Kirk is informed of this. It's like, oh wow, there is the other side of me that's just roaming around. And you know what the other side of him is doing? He's just roaming around, walking the halls. He bursts into the medical bay, steals some brandy, I think, and starts drinking it. Slurp, slurp, slurp. He goes after Yeoman. I don't know how he got into her quarters. I mean, he's captain. I'm sure he found a way or something. But he got into Yeoman's quarters and is like, we're meant to be together. We're supposed to be loving together. And then he just forces her way onto her. And I'm like, oh, jeez. This is incredibly aggressive. It also goes to show that Kirk has feelings for Yeoman and is actively not acting on them as acting. And when he's captain, like, you know, the two halves being whole, when he's like a whole captain, he feels for Yeoman but doesn't act on them. So I appreciate that. You gotta have some sort of structure, you gotta have some sort of command. You can't just have like Yeoman of all people just sleeping with the captain. Then Yeoman can influence the captain's decisions. You don't want any of that. But we got bad captain. He gets scratched on his face, and that's a good way to indicate which version of Kirk is on screen at any time. We're trying to find the bad version of Kirk. We got the good version of Kirk. He's becoming more indecisive. He's trying to rely on the people around him, Spock and Bones, and he's like, I'm having a hard time deciding what decision I want to make. And we got some men down there, and we got like dudes trying to fix the transporter, and it's great. So the tension is being built, and then on top of that, they're trying to find the bad version of Kirk. They go down to where all the cables and all the fun technology is there, and we got the good Kirk, and bad Kirk is just like perching on top, and he's like, I'm gonna get you. And they have a little bit of a tassel. They're like fighting over a phaser. A boom, a big old hole just happens in the middle of the transporter thing. And it's like, oh man, how are you gonna fix this transporter, man? You got a big old hole blasted through it. Oh my goodness. Maybe this will actually be helpful, because then you can just start off clean. But you gotta have the parts in order to fix the transporter. Luckily, the engineers on the USS Enterprise are incredibly clever. And I like how clever they are. So, I mean, it takes a lot of convincing for the good Kirk to like tell the bad Kirk, like, hey, you're going to be alright, because the bad Kirk, he's acting like an animal, but he's also dying. He gets weak and is dying. And I like how we have the good side of humanity, because this represents the good and bad in everyone. So the good side of humanity has faith, has fearlessness, is not afraid of what's going to happen in the future, because you know, everything's gonna be good. That's what the good side believes. The bad side is where all the wild things are, your impulses, your bad impulses, your desire to hurt others, to desire to be selfish and only do what you want to do and not even care at all about the safety and regards of anyone else. But that side of you also doesn't know how to deal with the bad times. They're constantly scared. That side of you is constantly scared and needs the good side of you in order to tell the bad side of you that everything's going to be okay. But also it's the bad side of you that allows you to command, because the good side is very indecisive. If you're good, then you're like, yeah, I just want everyone to just do whatever, just do your thing. Whereas the bad side of your humanity wants everyone to do what you want to do. You want to force everyone else to do your thing. And so the good of a person is not defined by how, you know, good person is. It's taking the strength of like the bad side of humanity and keeping that under control and using that bad side of you, like the strength to lead, for example, and using that for the good of everyone else. And that's like a power struggle that every person has to deal with. But I really appreciate this episode's just literal look at the two sides of humanity. And I really like this episode for that. Oh my goodness, we got the transporter fixed. Wow, we got the transporter fixed. Let's send those two dogs. The one half and then the other half of the same dog. Let's send them through. Oh no, the dog died. Risk. We don't want Captain Kirk to die, but we got the intelligence side of him is going to let him know that everything's gonna be fine. You have to take the risk, Captain Kirk. And the good side of Captain Kirk is becoming more and more indecisive to the point where the people around him are like, hey, you got two different options. Pick one. And he's like, I don't want to decide. And he's like, someone please decide for me. He's like, are you relinquishing your command? No, I'm not. Okay, then you have to make your decision yourself. So we send Kirk through the transporter, and then luckily he's one whole person. Let's just send everybody back. Come on, we got to send these men off of this ice planet. By the way, they're all freezing. Luckily, they're not dead. They didn't die. They're phasers, very clever. They just heat rocks nearby with phasers. I also didn't know that phasers could go out, but one of them did go out, and there's 3 still working. And I'm like, okay, that's cool. Nice world building moments. I like this episode a lot. You could probably tell by how much detail I gave during this review. I like all the performances of all the actors. I like the world building. I just like the fleshing out of two sides of humanity, because that's something you gotta deal with when you're advanced society. Even if you're part of Star Trek, you know, you have a bunch of Starfleets everywhere, all the hyper organization of humanity, you still have to deal with human nature. And I like this episode's reflection on human nature. So I gotta give this episode a solid 8.8 out of 10. Okay. Beam me up. I'm inside and I saw Star Trek, the original series, episode 6, Mud's Women. It is directed by Harvey Hart, written by Gene Roddenberry. And if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts and we're following the USS Enterprise, and they're chasing a really tiny ship, and that ship keeps on trying to evade them, even through an asteroid belt. It takes the USS Enterprise expanding their shields to protect it from the asteroid belt, and they're trying to have a signal on, hold a signal for the transporter room. We got this one guy who beams up, right? His name is Leo, whatever his fake name is. By the way, spoiler ahead, this is his fake name. His actual real name is Harry Mudd. However, I'm not even going to remember his fake name, so I'm just going to refer to him as Harry Mudd the entire episode. So we have this guy, he beams up, he's like, oh, you guys are friendly. Okay, let me beam up my 3 other mates. And these are hot women, like ridiculously hot. They are glowing. Every dude on the Enterprise just has to look at them. It's like they have some sort of magnetic pole or something. And you know what happens when you try to overextend yourself and trying to save another dude? All of the lithium crystals, except for one, get burnt out. And so they're only operating on 1 lithium crystal. Who is this man that they tried to save? Oh my goodness. Man, there's so many dead things here. Is this dead or alive? I can't even tell. Oh, I'm about to fall. I don't want to fall. All right, so we got this guy, Harry Mudd, and his 3 hot chicks. We got to figure out why did the Enterprise risk itself to save these men? Well, not even men and 3 chicks, pretty much. So they have a little bit of a convene. We got the USS Enterprise is questioning, aka Kirk is questioning Harry Mudd, and I'm like, okay, cool. What is up with this guy? Well, it's revealed that this guy, Leo, whatever, is actually Harry Mudd, and there's no data on these chicks. Who are these chicks? We don't know. But also, this guy is a big old liar. I'm like, okay, you're such a big old liar. What am I supposed to like trust you? You've been lying about your identity all this time. But this guy's like, I'm going to get arrested because I've been evading a starship, more specifically the USS Enterprise. I'm Harry Mudd in this situation. What am I to do? Well, you know what? I could use the power of these 3 chicks with magnetic attraction abilities, not like literally magnets, but like, you know, people keep looking at them. I'm going to use these 3 chicks to my advantage and get myself one of those call thingies. What are they called? I don't know what they're called. I don't remember what they're called. Let me know what they're called in the comments below. Anyway, I'm going to grab one of these things. Beautiful communication device. I'm going to grab one of those. Also, they need lithium crystals, so they have to go to the nearest encampment. Isn't encampment? Mining colony? That must be what it's called. The nearest mining colony, which has all of these crystals, and we're going to zoom there. We're on battery power. We're on a limited amount of electricity. It makes me think, man, I wonder what would happen if the USS Enterprise just stopped having juice. Would they just start suffocating because of lack of oxygen? There has to be like some sort of precautionary steps to make sure everyone is alive, even after the battery is dead. Like, I'm so curious about this, but this episode doesn't really explain this. I think the episode, it's implied that if you have battery power and you run out of battery power, then you're kind of doomed, you know? So we gotta go to this mining place. All these chicks looking at the male crew members being like looking at them, be like, wow, they're so beautiful. Even to the point where they're distracted on the bridge. They're talking about these chicks on the bridge. There's even a guy who's like ignoring Kirk to the point where he has to say his orders twice. He's like, I just don't want to say my orders twice. I'm like, oh man, Kirk, I did not want to see him angry. He seems like a good captain. People respect him. What if they suddenly stopped respecting them? What would happen? But you know, this episode doesn't really delve too much into that question. More importantly, though, what this episode does talk about is that now we got to go to these miners. And of course I mentioned the communication device yet again because Harry Mudd is talking to these dudes. Well, I have some cargo, some pretty ladies. And he doesn't like tell the crew of the USS Enterprise about this at all. And we have Kirk is meeting with these miners, and they go up to the USS Enterprise and they're like, hey, we have a deal, right? Yes, and I also want your women and I want Harry Mudd to be released. Kirk's like, no deal. He's in a tricky situation because Harry Mudd's like, oh, you need those lithium cores, man. And also you're going to be stuck in orbit for 3 days. Also there's a magnetic storm happening. And also, all the alsos, they go down. They, specifically being Kirk and a couple other dudes. Kirk goes down to this planet's surface with Harry Mudd and these women. And these women, although previously introduced on the Enterprise, they go beam down to the surface and they're having a little bit of a gander with them. Oh, they're having a fun time. Well, we gotta see if we like these women. Of course, it takes a long time for these miners to accept these women. They actually don't initially accept these women. Well, they do want to have a dance. And then after like the day after, they're annoyed by these women. And also, I should mention, there's something off with these women. Every time that this lady stands next to Bones's metal, it's not even a metal detector, it's like a medical scanner or something. She go beep, 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 beep. I'm like, okay, something's up. Something is up. Also, there's some more sussy stuff happening. We got Harry Mudd. He's like, hey, chicks, don't consent to one of those, what is it called? Medical, physical. Don't consent to one of those physicals. And I'm like, this is such strange behavior. Here's what's up with it. What happened? What's going on with these women? Well, they are taking a drug. They're taking a Venus drug to look all pretty and primmed up. And then when they're all not all pretty and primmed up, they look like trash. They look like me with no makeup. Wow! They look old. They look wrinkled up. I'm like, okay, wow. So taking these chicks to the miners, and they wake up with the chicks there, and they don't look pretty anymore. And so they're like, oh, we've been scammed, we've been frauded, oh my goodness. But you know what's awesome about these women though? Especially the one that was assigned to have a little bit of a touchy-flu with Captain Kirk. That one's like, okay, you want a wife, or do you want something that doesn't exist? You want a wife that will help you, like clean and cook and cry and all that fun jazz, having a wife, or do you want this pretty thing that is vain and it doesn't exist? And you know what's great about this? Actually, when she grabbed like the pill off of the table to explain that the reason why she's not pretty anymore is because of these drugs, and the Venus drugs is making it so it gives you more of what you have. So if you're a dude, you're like more muscular. If you're a chick, you're more feminine. You got more round features and you look prettier. And what's great is that she grabbed the placebo and even ate it. She ate the placebo. So she gave herself the power to become more beautiful. And so the moral of this episode is, if you believe in yourself, then you're good, you know? There's only two types of people. People who believe in themselves and people who do not believe in themselves. And that is pretty much the moral of the story of this episode. Of course, there's some tension moments, like when that chick just goes running into the magnetic storm and she's not being able to be seen or whatever. She's not being able to be found, so the Enterprise has to go back up, use their searchers, and use all their battery power to find this chick. It takes like 7 hours to find this chick, but they find it after the magnetic storm is gone. And I'm like, okay, woo! All the tension is building. There's so many questions that I have during this episode, like, what's up with these women? This Mudd guy, he seems shady. He must have done something with the women. And of course, he has. But luckily, he's arrested and he's taken back to the Enterprise after these lithium miners are like, yes, we're satisfied with our wives now. And also, take your lithium cores. Woo, we got the Enterprise going good again. The Enterprise is all good, all set up with nice new lithium cores, and Harry Mudd is being taken to jail, space jail. You know, I think the ultimate lesson of this particular episode has to be, if you believe in yourself, you'll be good. If you don't believe in yourself, it also makes you another type of person. So 2 types of people in this world, not genders, nope, no, none of that. Only 2 types of people. 2 types of people. People who believe in themselves and people who don't. And this can go across all the genders, all the world, all of the genders that exist in the world. You know, all of that applies. This rule applies, okay? And I like that. Are you the type of person to believe in yourself, or are you the type of person not believe in yourself? Let me know in the comments below. I like this episode a lot. There's a lot of tension. The chicks were pretty. I also like the chicks when they weren't all makeuped up and all Venus drugged up. I thought they were also pretty. You know, just a little bit more wrinkles or whatever, but they're pretty. But they hate themselves. They're like, oh, we're ugly. Oh. And I'm like, oh man, I'm sad. I'm sad to think that you think that you're ugly, but you're actually not. Actually. And they're pretty helpful to those lithium miners. And now they could just be wived up and it's beautiful. Woo! Woohoo! What does Harry Mudd get out of giving these wives dudes? Money? Not anymore. Haha! The USS Enterprise has got you now, Harry Mudd. Get wrecked. So I gotta give this episode, it's a solid like 8.2 out of 10. Beam me up. I'm inside and I saw Star Trek, the original series, What Are Little Girls Made Of? It is directed by James Goldstein, written by Robert Bloch, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts and we're following the USS Enterprise, and they're looking for this doctor that Nurse Chapel was fiancé to. She's like, I know this guy is here. I know this guy is super resilient. Last time we were talking, which was about 5 years ago, he's telling me about all these underground caverns in this particular incredibly icy planet. And so it's like, okay, there's a possibility that this guy could be alive. I want to know, is he alive? And also Nurse Chapel, I have not really seen much of her, but she is a cutie, man. I just want her to be, you know, back with her fiance. But it's been 5 years. I do like how she's like, oh, I know this man for sure. I fiancé'd him. I know who this man is. But it's also been like 5 years, so do you truly know this man? Well, that's my question to her. The doctor they're looking for, his name is Corby, Roger Corby, Dr. Roger Corby. I'm gonna call him Corby because I like that name. He's like, hey guys, come beam down. And so they do. And I like the little rock cavern thing that they got going on. It's so colorful. Like, who knew that there'd be rocks this colorful? I do find it interesting that Dr. Corby was like, hey, make sure you don't bring anyone down. And I'm like, that's suspect. If someone was friendly and didn't have any intentions of evil, they would be like, oh yeah, just bring whoever you want down, or bring some people down or something. I don't have a ton of people. I mean, I don't have a lot of space for a ton of people down here, but you know, you can bring whoever you want, I guess. This dude is like, no, I need you to come alone. But of course, we got Nurse Chapel. She's here. She's like, oh my goodness, Roger Corby, it's me. And so Kirk and Chapel, they go down to this the place together. The surface, actually where they end up beaming in, is pretty cool. I like the window behind them, which shows just how snowy it is. And then the caverns are like the most colorful thing I've seen. A colorful cavern? Man, I want to live in a colorful cavern. Wow, this is awesome. But also, I do like his intuition, Kirk's intuition to be like, something's fishy here. How about I bring 2 security guards? And we'll have one standing where we were landed into, and then also somebody to come with us. And it's like, okay, this is pretty cool. So they have a little bit of a gander throughout the caverns, and this freaking guy. I do like how the show just like, oh, there's this dude just like walking around, and I don't know what he looks like. He looks so strange. Like, how would I describe him? My first instinct was like, oh, that must be like some sort of lizard man. But no, he's not green at all. He's like more of silver. He's got like a lot of purple hues. I actually really like the face makeup on him. I'm like, that looks cool. I don't know about you, but that looks like a guy who's about to do some dirty business. And so I'm like, oh boy, we got this guy who's just, I'm just going to clear out the security guard right after you're about to communicate. Well, right after your communication with Kirk, Kirk be like, hey, dude, here's some instructions. And right after he like closes the instructions or whatever, then the guy's like, let me actually take you out, security guard. And so there's no communication to the Enterprise whatsoever. I'm like, oh my goodness, wow, okay. So this person, I'm just assuming that Roger Corby wants Kirk to stay for some reason. And also, they have a little bit of a meeting, right? Like, the other security guard with Kirk was like tumbled, and now he fell. And I'm like, this is not a coincidence. I am blaming that guy who just took out the security guard. I know I'm doing this out of order because my train of thought is correlating with the 2 security guards that Kirk brought down to the surface. I know, like, there was more spaced out between security guard number 1 and security guard number 2 being taken out, but still, somebody's coming after your security guards, Kirk. Come on. But of course, he's not really wise to the situation. But okay, we have Corby is having a little bit of a talk. Oh my goodness, it's Chapel. It's my sweet Christine. Oh, I'm gonna kiss her, and they have a reunion. And then, oh hi, I'm Roger Corby. And of course, everyone here is inclined to respect this man because he's done some scientific studies, some good scientific research things. I'm not a scientist, so I wouldn't know what they're called, but it's a standard reading amongst everyone in Starfleet and the command or whatever. Everyone has to read about this man. He's big respect. There's a ton of respect going on for Roger Corby, so much so that Kirk's like, oh, sir, I don't mean to offend you or anything. But I do like how cordial Corby is. I keep calling him Kirby. Kirby and Corby are not the same thing. There's an assistant to Corby who Christine knew. Nurse Chapel knew. Doesn't recognize her, so immediately something's fishy. I just feel like the stench of fishiness just wafting all throughout the air, because something is up and nothing is being told. And also, Kirk and Christine are forced to be there. Like, hey, don't communicate to your ship. Actually, you'll have to communicate with your ship. So we'll have the guy who took the security guys down. He can change his voice to match anyone's voice, which is dangerous. Also, apparently, he's like a really old android dude who was created when the old ones appeared. Well, the old ones, obviously, they're so old, they're dead. They're gone, they're disappeared, but they left a robot. And also, what's interesting is that there's none the wiser with the Enterprise. The Enterprise is like, oh, everything's happening, everything's fine, cool stuff. And I'm like, no, not everything's fine. No. But also, I really like, we have just the slight weirdnesses throughout the episode build up to like a big weirdness. Like, oh, what's going on here? what's this big revolution, scientific discovery that you're forcing me to stand here, to just sit here and wait in anticipation? Well, here, we'll finally show off what it is. Also, before we show off what it is, there is a chick. She looks hot. Also, I noticed that every dude's wardrobe, her wardrobe, Dr. Corby's wardrobe, they have like a green blue X pattern going on. It looks cute. But also, this chick is adorable. And she feels nothing. Wow! Perfection! Oh my goodness, I wish that we had this on Earth. This chick who feels no emotion whatsoever. A logic machine. And is adorable. Woo, I love her. She's instructed to show Kirk around the place. You know, they developed some sort of camaraderie. Then here's something fun. Here's the big discovery. The thing that we're keeping you here. The thing that I've been keeping you here. I, Dr. Corby, have been keeping you here, Kirk, to look at this spinning machine. And this is how you make an android. If you've ever been curious, here is how. You take something that looks like elephant toothpaste, like a bunch of foam or whatever, shaped as a person. You put it on this spinner thing, and then you put the next person you just put a person there. AKA, let's put Kirk there. And then you go spinny, spin, spin, spin until you guys are like an exact duplicate. Well, that's the physical process, right? And then the mental process, between like him explaining the physical and the mental duplication, like he's done the physical part. Now he has to duplicate the brain waves. And the way he's explaining it is so weird. I'm like, why do you desire Kirk here? Like, why do you want him to be an android? Why do you want him to stay down here? After you're like, oh, you can even replace him. You can even replace Kirk. I'm like, why would you want that, though? His motivation for making Kirk into an android is definitely not the clearest. But I do like Kirk's ability to adapt to the situation. He's like, I can see his thought process in his head. He's like, oh man, I would imagine his thought process would be something along the lines of, oh man, I know that I'm going to be duplicated. I have to make sure that there's something different about me and that android that somebody would notice when he goes back to the Enterprise and would get security down here. And good old-fashioned Kirk brain thinking, he's, before the duplication of the mental processes, he's like, oh, I'm going to insult Spock. Like, I'm sick of your half-breed interference. How rude. Kirk would not say that to Spock at all. He has big, immense respect for him, so I was like, perfect, amazing. And then they're duplicated, and then Kirk is just in the underground with Corby and everyone. The chick, the android chick and Corby kind of have developed some sort of relationship. What's interesting, the demonstration to show that has no emotions is, oh, kiss him, now slap him. And so when they interact again, it's like, oh, I'm gonna kiss you. They kiss, and then I'm gonna slap you, and then he stops her. It's like, wait, how about we just, touch each other and kiss each other? She gets confused. And it's like, oh, you're gonna confuse this android because she's not programmed for Kirk. I'm like, wow, that's so strange. Is this some sort of flaw in the big old plan to create androids that are perfect and flawless and illogical, is to confuse them with some sort of human experience that they wouldn't know how to deal with? Yes. And also, I like that Kirk, he's stuck down there. And also the android Kirk goes up to the Enterprise. And he's just stuck down there. And I do like his attempts of escaping. He's like, I'm going to appears submissive, and then when their guard is down, bam, he does it, he tries for the first time. He's not able to, because he gets caught. But also, I really like the part, you remember that guy who took down the security guards? He's the old one's android dude. Yeah, he's convinced by Kirk that Corby is actually trying to do the same thing that the old ones did, hence why he had to destroy the old ones, this freaking old android dude. And he's like, oh, that Corby man, I am to do what he says, or whatever. Oh my goodness, the old ones were trying to do the same for me, and I'll just be I'll be the most logical machine guy ever, right? But then I had to kill them because they were trying to kill me, so it was actually survival. So in this instance, it's been so long that I forgot that I had to do that. I'll have to do the same thing, and so he turns against Corby. Corby pretty much just, he's gone. Goodbye. And it's like, sad. He's so old. Why couldn't you just keep him going on for longer? Now he's gone. We got rid of some old thing. Now we gotta make a new thing. Whatever, I guess. Oof. Well, also, I like, because the android is very confused. She's like, I don't know what to do. I have a gun. I don't know who I should be. Wait. Protect, don't go against Corby, but actually I'm confused because I have feelings for Kirk, which is something weird that I've never dealt with before because I'm an android. And then they have a little bit of a hug and embrace, and pew, they both disappear. I'm like, wow, that was the easiest thing ever. Wow, they just like destroyed themselves. These androids destroyed themselves. Also, here's the ultimate twist of the episode before she ended up destroying Corby and herself. Corby himself is an android. What? And I do like seeing Nurse Chapel's like, you're not you. You're like a robot. You are not a robot. And then we have Dr. Corby's explaining how his legs were frozen and he had to find a way to extend his consciousness, so he created androids which would extend a person's consciousness and would make them the most logical machine. He's trying to convince Christine that he's still him, but the way that he's doing it is like the most logical, least human way he's doing it. And he's like, oh yeah, it's great. And he like, midway through trying to convince her that he's a person still, he like catches ways like, calculation, like the most like robotic ways of communication versus human communication. That kind of proves their point. He's like sad, and Christine is sad, and it's sad. Also, meanwhile, while this is happening, Kirk is incredible. The android Kirk, sent up to the Enterprise, incredibly effective. He got done in like, with all of his tasks like halfway, like it takes like half the time. And Spock's like, hey, this is interesting. Why did it take you like no time to do all of your tasks? And then this friggin' android's like, I'm sick of your half-breed interference. And I'm like, okay, this is the tell. Spock's clever enough. He's like, this is something that he would not say to me. This has offended my feelings. He has feelings. He looks like he has like a look of shock on his face. Spock has. So he's like, okay, we're gonna beam down to the planet and we're gonna have security following me. So Spock goes down to the planet and encounters Nurse Chapel and also Kirk, and they're there. And then they save him. They get the heckity heck out of the place. And while they're out of orbit, here's a good line. Spock and Kirk are talking, and Kirk's like, "Oh yeah, that's the situation." And Spock's like, "Could you not call me like a half-breed?" And Kirk's like, "All right, yeah, I'll make sure to remember that next time I'm in a similar situation." I'm like, "Oh, there might be a similar situation coming up. Oh boy." But also, it's just overall, this episode's pretty fun. I explained everything that I could remember in detail, which is a lot of it. This episode was fun. I feel bad for Nurse Chapel. For Christine Chapel. I feel bad for her. But I do like how she's like, I'm going to choose the Enterprise. I'd rather not be with Corby because he's a machine, he's cold, unloving, and he's just made a bunch of other machines. Oh man, it's tragic. I mean, do I think she should have gone searching for him? Honestly, yeah, it's good closure. I'm glad that she has closure on what happened to her fiance. More fiance, more like fiance. Haha, got him. I really like this episode. I mean, what is his motivation for keeping Kirk there? I feel like that's the only loose thread of this episode. The episode doesn't really explain it. So, other than that, though, it's a pretty solid episode. I gotta give this episode a solid 7.5 out of 10. Boop. Beam me up. I'm inside a nice size Star Trek the original series, Miri. It is directed by Vincent McEvety and Adrian Spies. And if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts and we're following the USS Enterprise, and they discovered a planet incredibly similar, or maybe even an exact duplicate of Earth. But they're nowhere near Earth. So what is up with this Earth? Why is it just in the middle of space and there's no Earth colonies as far as this Earth is? Could I call it E-Earth or maybe HTARE? How would I pronounce that?
Tear.
So of course, this is strange. We gotta look into this. I do like we have the entire landing party. We got a big old landing party landing on this planet. And in this planet, mid-1960s. So we're living in the past. I don't even know if it was technically in the past when this was made. When this was made, it was the mid-60s. So it was a reflection of the present. But now it's a reflection of the past. Because as of date, in 2024, 64 years after the mid-60s, 60 years, I'm no math major, alright? There's just stuff strewn about. It looks pretty abandoned. Everything looks like there's just a bunch of debris everywhere. You know, all this broken stuff. And Spock's like, oh, I'm gonna have a gander at some stuff. Oh, I'm gonna take this tricycle. I'm gonna pull together, touch it of any kind, you know, look at it, analyze it, doing the Spock thing, and then this guy just comes out. He looks to be all purple. He starts attacking Spock. He's like, it's mine, mine. And he does that, and it's fun because I like seeing how quickly the crew can take down this dude. Like, this guy is struggling. This guy is mad struggling. We have Spock's like, oh, I'm being attacked. But Kirk's there to pull him back and punch. And the guy goes towards Spock again. He punches and he's down. And then he's crying about his broken. It looks like a tricycle, honestly. And he's like, oh, I'm just broke. I'm broke. I'm sad. Broke. And, whew, wow, okay. This person is acting like a child. And it seems like we have landed upon a society of children. Like, everyone's here as a child. What's happening? Why is everyone here a child? This is some strange thing that's just going on. And I'm like, I hope they find the answers soon. It's weird. But also, there's this chick. The chick's just hiding. She's not a very good hider, actually. She's not good at hiding because she gets caught. But of course, she's scared. She's like, the grubs, which is just grown-ups. That's what they call them. The grubs, oh, they're bad, they're evil, we're getting a little bit of history on this world, what happened. Apparently all the grown-ups got really violent, started killing everyone, angry, mad, and then it's ended up just dying. All of the grown-ups are dying. All we have left here are children. And I'm just curious as to how long it's been since this incident. I'm curious, so I kept watching. There's a small group of children left. And also, we got a disease on our hands. Well, quite literally everyone in the landing party except for Spock for whatever reason. All those people got some sort of purple thing just starting to spread all over them. And so because we have the disease, we can't go back to them. We can't go back to the Enterprise. We can't risk any contamination whatsoever. So what we gotta do is sit here and wait. We gotta learn more information about what's happening here. Hey, Miri, take us to the hospital. And she takes him to the hospital. I do like Bones is there. He's able to do medical stuff. He's the big medical brain. If he wasn't here, then nobody else would be alive at all, or have any potential of living, actually, because Bones is here to do medical stuff. And if, this is a bacteria, actually. This is some sort of bacterial growth, and Bones is here to figure out a virus, antivirus. A vaccine? Is that what it's called? He's here to figure out a vaccine. And also, I do like, we have access to the ship's computers. The ship's computers, giving them all the information, what they need. And also, yeah, he's got like 7 days left to live. And also, Miri has like 5 or 6 weeks left because she's turning into a teenager. She's starting to think differently about her friends. And then also her friends kind of suck because they're children and they're not like, they don't have the priorities straight. They only care about playing, they only play having fun, whatever, which is why the place is looking like what it is, because there's no maintenance happening. There's no adults in the room to be like, oh, we have to clean up because everything's looking terrible and gross, and there's a bunch of fall damage. What is the word called? Why am I blanking on this word? You could get fall damage. You could get hurt. You know, there's no adults in the room, so everything's just strewn about. Everything looks gross, unkempt. Of course it would. We're dealing with a bunch of children over here. And of course it seems to be there's a natural anger towards any adults. There's this big old group of what Miri calls the onlys. I don't know what that means. Like the only people left, maybe? But we got a bunch of these kids, and they're like, but I've got a bunch of grups over here. They're grupping around over here. We don't need them here, actually. We need to bop them. Bop, 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 bop. We need to bop them. And I'm like, no! You guys don't understand. He's trying to, like, help you. Whew. Now, as an adult, I can finally see with some perspective. I can see why children are annoying. When I was a child, I was like, I'm not annoying at all, actually. Who needs an adult? I'm sure everyone here felt like that at some point in their lives. It's a normal child thing to feel. But now that I'm an adult, I'm like, I get it. I need it. I understand the necessity for adults. And this episode is a literal physical reminder that we need adults, responsible adults, to talk to children, to direct society in a way that protects them. And also, I like Yeoman. Yeoman seems the type to be very nurseful. What's the term when you're like a woman and you have a natural bond with children? Motherly? Oh, that's the purpose of women, is to be motherly towards the children, and you need children for the future. Wow, it's all a cycle. You know, Star Trek is actually making me less misogynistic. Oh my goodness. Wow. Yeoman is the only person who can talk to Miri and calm her down and to trust Jim. And it seems like she developed some sort of love for Jim. I mean, they say Jim a lot. because he introduces himself as Jim, Kirk does. So, and it's just throughout this entire episode, he's just referred to as Jim, so I'm going to refer to him as Jim as well, just so you know. Whoa, there's a big old kerfuffle about there's a virus on their hands and over bacteria, I can't tell. Bones says it's bacterial, and then he says it's virus. I think he says virus later on when he discovers these papers about what these people were doing. They were trying to make life go longer. They're trying to extend their life. So the idea is that they would set off like a chain of viruses that would extend the life of a human or whatever their species is. And by the way, their species like 300 years devolved from the current Star Trek species. Also, Star Trek species? Humans? The Star Trek humans? The Starship Voyagers. What are they called? The Enterprise. What is the society called? The humans currently. The humans currently on the actual proper Earth is about 300 years advanced of this Earth from the 1960s, mid-1960s. So it's a big cultural difference, big landscape difference. I really liked seeing the Star Trek uniforms in, like, I'd say modern. It's not modern technically, but modern to the show. Modern, just them just walking around in modern times. I thought that was really cool. We got a time clicking. We got a time ticking. The clock is ticking. We only got a few days. Everyone's getting more irritated. We're trying to find ways to make this vaccine. And maybe we have this vaccine. Whoa, we got a vaccine. I can't believe it. We gotta make sure we get touching the computers to make sure this is actually the vaccine. Oh no, our communicators were stolen. Turns out, it's actually the other kids, the only kids. And also, Miri is, like, being talked to them, convinced to lure Yeoman out, and be like, they're talking about, like, we're gonna get Yeoman out, and then Kirk's gonna want to follow her. And so we're gonna draw both of them out. We're gonna steal their communicators. I'm like, dude, you guys are just messing everything up. Don't you understand that he's trying to help you? Oh, because they're grubs. They're the most terrible people in the world. Meanwhile, they're making a vaccine for the disease that killed off everyone and will kill off you. And did I mention that one of their years is like a couple of months aging? Like 1 year is 1 month of aging. So these are actually like incredibly old children. But as soon as they die, that's the rest of them. That's all. They have no way of reproducing whatsoever because they all die off at puberty and they all get the disease at puberty, and Miri's starting to get the disease because she's starting to hit puberty. And I'm just like, oh my goodness, these dudes, they're just trying to cause issues. These they're grub haters. The onlys are just trying to cause so many problems. I'm like, stop trying to cause problems. I do like, Kirk is like, okay, I'm at where you're at. Stop that. Let me try to convince you. And it takes him a lot. It takes a lot of convincing. It takes a whole lot of convincing. Finally, convinces them not to injure him. But instead, he wants to help them out. So he goes back to the base. What's happening here? Why is Bones unconscious on the ground? Well, it's because he injected himself with a vaccine. I would also do that if I were him. Be like, I made this. I'm trusting it. This is the only way. I have to make sure this works. And he goes unconscious, but it works. He's all healed up. And it's nice. And then, presumably, they also get the vaccine, and they learn to trust him. But also, what's nice is presumably, it's not shown on screen, that they all get vaccinated. But what is shown on screen, what's talked about on screen, is they're back on the Enterprise. And we have, what's nice, Kirk's like, I already called in some resources. We're gonna send people their way to help them out. You know, fun stuff like that. Help them out, teach them. We need teachers. They need to be taught. I'm like, oh my goodness, this civilization's able to be saved. because they found a vaccine. Whew! Amazing. I like this episode a lot. I liked the differences between children and grown-ups and how they look at everything differently. Grown-ups obviously have to deal with responsibility, have to be responsible, they have to worry about everything but making sure that everything is fulfilled. And children are just concerned about play. And as somebody who's 23 at this point, somebody who can remember my childhood, as I had started turning a teenager about 10 years ago, I can remember what I thought, and it was definitely not towards like responsibility, although I was at a point where I was like, I want more responsibility. I just want to be grown up. I just want to be treated like an adult. You know, stuff like that. Oh, man. I certainly did not appreciate that time enough. None of us do. None of us appreciate our childhoods enough. Oh, wow. But would you want an eternal childhood? I wouldn't. I certainly wouldn't. Children are mean. I don't like children. I never liked children. Even as a child, I never liked other children. Oh, boy. Oh, goodness gracious. This episode, pretty much a movie. This episode is fun. Made me feel like, oh, there's actually reasons for adults to exist. It's so they can maintain some sort of society and order. Or else you're just going to get a bunch of debris everywhere if you're being run by a bunch of children. So I gotta give this episode, it's a solid like 7.8 out of 10. Boop. Beam me up. I'm inside and I saw Star Trek, the original series, Dagger of the Mind. It is directed by Vincent McEafty, written by S. Barr David, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts and we're following the USS Enterprise. They're going to this colony because they need some supplies. They're going to this colony which specifically has insane people, and they're just chilling there. They're chilling there, right? What's interesting, as they go to this place, there's a whole debate on the ship about if it's humane. Like, if it's good, it's like, oh, I've heard these places are terrible. It's like freaking mosquitoes. It's that time of the year again. Mosquitoes are gonna come. They're gonna enter my USS Enterprise, and I don't want them to come in my USS Enterprise, okay? They really want to get in. So they're doing supplies. They transfer the supplies. They get supplies. And what's interesting is that there's a little box, right? A little box. And there's a guy who just comes out and just starts running around. Oh, I'm going to pretend to be security. I'm going to just change out the wardrobe, so I'm security, and it looks like I'm security. Obviously, what's funny is the quickness of response from the Enterprise. Well-trained ship. Very well-trained ship. They're here to stop this guy from going around injuring more dudes. And we have a little bit of a capture of this man. We gotta ask him, hey dude, what's up with you? What are you doing? And what's strange about this guy is having trouble recalling some memory stuff. Every time he has something to answer, he's like, I am this guy. And it's like every time he tries to show his name or whatever, say his name or whatever, it's forceful. He's like, and I work for, and it's like hard for him. So something sus is going on. Why did this man try to leave this beautiful resort? Because the debate that they were having is, oh, it's inhumane, but it's beautiful resorts. So, theoretically, they should have a good old time. They being the USS Enterprise, is like, okay, we gotta contact this guy. Let's see what the heck's going on. And I'm like, this is also real strange. Something's fishy. Bones is all, Dr. Bones smells something fishy. He's like, these guys are lying. I don't know what, I can't tell you what it is, but I just feel like they're lying. And so let's just go down. Let's go down to the surface. Minimal people, please, at requests to these guys. And so it's Kirk, and then a chick who is specialized in psychiatry or psychology or something, specialized in this field. Something happened at a party. Ooh, some drama. Some flirting or something happened. Something awkward. It makes it awkward to be standing in the... Is it an elevator? It should be an elevator. I mean, I'm going to call it an elevator because it's what I have access to. It's the closest to what they're in. They go down. They go down to the service. They meet with these people. They are seemingly nice. My radar is going off. I'm like, they're too nice. They're too nice. What is going on? These guys are like, oh yeah, take a look. Have a nice stroll through our facility. You know, you'll like it here. I'm like, no, dude, something's gonna happen. Dude, something's gonna happen. Meanwhile, as we have Kirk and this chick is down at the surface, planet's surface, we have Bones and Spock, and they're trying to like have a little bit of learn about what's going on down there through this person telling us some details. Why do they want you back so bad? Oh, you're the guy's assistant. You were the head doctor's assistant. Oh, that's weird. You shouldn't have been locked up. Something fishy is going on around here. So I really like this moment. So we have Bones is like trying to convince Spock to do the reading. It's like, it's personal for our people. And I'm like, that sounds a little bit emotional for you, isn't it, Spock? Oh, you're not... But this is the most logical thing to do. Even if it betrays your, like, privacy or something. Like, this equivalent would be like, oh, how about you, lower your pants to find out information or something? I don't know. I can't think of an equivalent. But honestly, it's really fun because... it goes into his mind, learns about all the device this guy's got going on. I'm like, dude, no, he's got this device and Kirk's down there. No, not the device. He's going to do the device. The device is going to do him dirty. They're giving him a tour, and Kirk's like, oh, what is this over here? There's just like a room, right? There's something in it. They're like, oh, nothing important. Well, I want to know. Fine, we'll give you a little bit of a show. What's happening here? What is this device? Well, it's a little discontinued. It's a little experiment that I made. It doesn't actually work that well. Not at all. Actually, it only minds. It only clears your mind. But, it didn't work. It didn't work at all. Don't worry about it. None of all. There's something really strange going on here. Like, I don't trust these dudes. I do like Kirk is still suspicious. He's ultimate suspicious. So you know what Kirk does? He goes down. Hey chick, come here. Come here. You're gonna come down with me. We're gonna sneak around. Ooh, we're gonna do a little bit of sneak, and we're gonna test this device on us. And it's interesting. Kirk sits in the chair. She's at the control panel. Suggest something harmless, right? I'm hungry. Oh, I'm hungry. How about we eat something? What? This is effective? This is so sussy behavior. It's effective. Why would you discontinue something that's effective? And also, did you notice the other dudes, the other counselors, they didn't have any emotions of any kind. They just kind of looked like they were like robots. They're just like, yeah, we're happy, fun dudes. Yeah, we're pretty cool. Right? Yeah, we're having chill time, right? No personality whatsoever. I have a little bit of a control. Oh, I've been suggested. Kirk has been suggested. Suggest me another thing, chick. Well, what if our little rendezvous at the party turned out to be something different? And then it shows her fantasy, which is to be swept up and like making out with Kirk, which suggests that didn't actually happen. And I'm like, okay, cool, awesome, this is sweet. I like this. There's some workplace drama going on here. But then, taking your controls away, right in the middle of the mind stuff, right? The counselors come in. Also, her name is Helen. I just remembered because of how much Kirk says Helen in this part. You will love Helen. You mourn for her. You long for her. You will you'll put your career on the line for her. And Kirk's like, Helen, and he's like passes out or whatever. And it's like, oh geez, they got him. And now they got you guys in a room together. You gotta sneak through the air duct. Helen. I like how Kirk initially is like, Helen, I've loved you. But Kirk has like, it seems like he's got a really strong mind. He's like able to just focus on what needs to be done at that moment. I like this moment. He like gets closer to Helen and it's like, oh, he's going to profess his love to her. But then he just like starts feeling for the air duct. I'm like, oh, you're focused on that. That's funny. So Helen goes through the air duct. He goes down to like distract the dudes. He's being like held. He's being threatened, so he has to go with them. And he has to be put in the chair again. Meanwhile, the Enterprise is being warned because this counselor, this man, his freaking guy's assistant, is like, they're in danger, right? And I'm like, they're in danger, yeah, I know that. Oh no, there's a lot of tension building up in this episode. They put Kirk under and they're like about to suggest things to Kirk. And like, oh no, completely empty your mind. I'm like, no, don't give suggestions to Kirk. No, I like him. But of course, Helen goes to the control room panel. She's about to turn off the switch. She goes turn off, and then someone's like, oh, well, actually, I caught you. I'm gonna fight with you. And then they're about to turn on, right? And then push. She literally fries somebody, and then that person gets fried. I'm like, oh my goodness, why'd you do this? Rude. I mean, I know this is a life or death situation. You had to turn it off so Kirk can escape. Punch those counselors. And I'm like, get him! You gotta get him! Also, they have a force field up, right? They have a force field. They have to turn off the power in order to turn off the force field, and then Spock can get in, transport in, and Spock's here to save the day. And I'm like, wow, Spock's here. That's cool. Wow, I like Spock. You'll bring some logic to the situation. Put this power back on. Spock's an electrician, actually. He's here to turn the power back on. But no, more importantly, the guy who made the neural machine got under it by accident because it turned back on. When Spock turned the power back on, he was just looking at the sky. He's like alone, so he just died because his mind was empty. And then they just left. And I'm like, okay, that's cool. That's exciting. You know, I liked this episode. That was pretty much the episode. This is a fun episode. This is pretty much of a mind trip of episode. I like the amount of drama, especially like the two coworkers. There's like coworker drama in this, and I like that a lot. And I like that there's coworker drama in this. I'm a big fan, honestly. I like this episode. I like the acting, the performances. I like the set piece. I really like the place that they were at in the psychiatry place, the cool like vacation place. I thought it was pretty cool. I liked the place a lot. So I gotta give this episode a 7.8 out of 10. Phew. Beam me up. I'm inside and I saw Star Trek the original series, The Corbinite Maneuver. It is directed by Joseph Sargent, written by Jerry Soule, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts when we're following the USS Enterprise. They're doing some traveling. They've embarked in a place that no man has gone before. This is like the furthest of space they've ever encountered. And then there's just this random cube. It's been like 3 days and they've just gone zoom, and then they go zoom, and then they keep going zoom, and they just have been going zoom. And so everyone here is incredibly upset, you know, trying to keep it together. But they're all underslept, all that fun jazz. And then there's this random cube. The cube won't go away. It cannot be maneuvered around. It'll just follow the Enterprise. If you go closer to it, wow, it's going to start emitting radiation. Well, I gotta get out of here. How do we get out of this cube's way? It's just a random cube in the middle of space. What's up with this cube? And then it's gotta go closer towards it, and the cube won't do anything, and the USS Enterprise just needs to leave. just wants to get out of here, right? Just wants to go forward. Wants to get out of the way of the cube. So blows it up. Kirk is hesitant about this. Kirk is like, I don't want to do this, but I'm sorry. And then they think they're fine. They keep traveling further. And then there's another ship. And that ship sends a transmission that's like, hey, you destroyed a ship. Now I have to destroy you. You have 10 minutes left, dude. You gotta pray to your deities or else I'm gonna destroy you. We're actually bigger than we appear. Blah, 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 blah. All that fun jazz. And then we have the entire crew is just like, what do we do? There's this new crew member. His name is Bailey. Dr. Bones thinks that freaking Kirk promoted him too early. Too much. He's not good enough. He's not well versed enough in whatever the heck. But Kirk is like, I see something in him. I gotta give him a chance, even though he's too young. So in this situation, this guy just starts going hysterical. We're gonna die. Kirk's like, get the heck out of here, okay? We'll deal with this on our own. I like Kirk's way of getting out of this. He's like, all right, let's do some poker. Communication. Hey, we've tried reasoning with you. We don't have violent intentions. We've tried reasoning with you. Actually, we have this incredibly destructive thing that if you blow it up, you'll also die. It makes it so we're indestructible. And also, if you try to destroy us, you'll die. This thing called Corbinite, right? And the timer keeps a ticking. Tick, 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 tick. This freaking ship is like, okay, whatever. We're just going to drag you to the nearest planet instead. Spares their life. The 10 minutes go down from 10 to 0 minutes now, and they're not blown up. And they're being towed. And so, like, how are you going to get out of this situation? Because they are guaranteeing that your ship gets destroyed. Destroyed! If after you get to this planet, the nearest Earth-like planet. I'm like, oh boy, okay. How are they going to get out of this situation? I think, like, they allow their ship to turn to the 90 degrees, and then they go full force ahead. The tensions on the deck are running a little bit high, especially between Bones and Kirk. Bones is questioning Kirk's decision to promote Bailey. He's like, stop questioning me, Bones! Stop that! Stop undermining me! Oh boy. And then we have the ship. After it goes full acceleration, they get out of the grasp of the ship. Their engines are got, but the ship is just kind of just sitting there. What is it doing? What is it doing? I thought it was this all-powerful ship. Kirk's like, there's something weird's happening. I'm starting to think this is a trap. Let's get closer to this ship. This ship's not really doing anything. That's interesting. That's weird. Okay. And then we have, let's just assemble a party to go down to that ship. We gotta go investigate. We got Bones, we got Bailey, and we got Kirk, and they're going down. And I like that Kirk is bringing Bailey down to the surface because he could use some more experience. So of course he's gonna go down to the surface, and then he goes down to the surface, and it's like, what is up with all the ship? It's a nice ship here. Where's everybody here? And the dummy, the face that they saw projected on their screens, is just a dummy. What is this trickery? And then this guy just introduces himself, and guess what the guy is? He looks like a child. He looks like he's 5 years old. 5 years old. 5 years old. First of all, applaud to that child for doing the lines right, like getting the mouth words right, getting the mouth sounds right, getting the inflection right. I applaud that child's acting because it's obviously overdubbed with an adult. You got some child labor laws you gotta account for, so she's not on screen for the entirety of anything, actually. Not even like during the entirety of their discussion. There's like some shots of Kirk and Bones and whatever. You got shots of them while the voiceover is talking. And this guy's like, I couldn't know your intentions. I don't mean you no harm. Let's have a little bit of a talk. And then like the end of the episode is there, oh my goodness, Kirk is being given what is it called? It's a tour, giving a tour of the ship. And I'm like, oh my goodness, this is like a peaceful episode. I thought this was going to end in violence, but it ended in peace. And I'm like, wow! It's because Kirk insisted on going back. He's like, we have to show them our intentions are good. We have to go back. We gotta see what's up. And what was up is that this one child is controlling the ship. He's got a big brain. He's incredibly intelligent. He's got some sort of like psychic powers or something. He's got some sort of powers. I don't know what's up. Why is it just that dude controlling the ship? But that's the end of the episode. They're going to talk about their cultures, and I'm like, I'm actually really excited. I want to know more about this guy's culture. I'm so happy that there's a chance to have a discussion, have a little bit of a civil discussion. There could have been violence there, but there wasn't. And this is awesome. I'm like, yeah! Now thinking about the movies that I've seen, I don't think I've actually seen something done like this before. Where if there's always violence established, get out of here, mosquito! If there's violence established like within a movie, then it's going to be a violent movie. But there's like a tension, like some sort of like there's a violent threat here, and it ends with peace. It ends with an understanding. And I also like how we have Kirk and that alien dude. They think alike. Well, at least the alien dude says that. We think very much alike, and I like that. And also I get lonely. I'm out here, I'm just out here and I'm alone. It's good to have some company, and like, nice. Cool. Amazing. We all got good results at the end of the day, and I like that. I like this episode a lot. There's some good acting on everyone's part, and I like the ship was looking cool. I like the ship. It was weird. It was a weird ship. In the cube was funny. I was like, what is a cube? It's just a cube in the middle of space. What's up with a cube? Well, it's Cuban time over here. Okay, I like this episode a lot. This episode made me smile, and the twist was unexpected, but it was great. So I gotta give this episode's like a solid 9 out of 10. Beam me up! I'm inside and I saw Star Trek the original series, The Menagerie Part 1. It is directed by Mark Daniels, written by Gene Roddenberry, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts, and we're following the USS Enterprise, and they're visiting Captain Pike. What's interesting is that this base never got a signal from Captain Pike to see the USS Enterprise, and the USS Enterprise never received a signal. So what's up with this fishy stuff? There's some fishy stuff going on. And then I see Spock just sneaking around. Oh boy, Spock, what are you doing? Why you gotta be such a bad boy? I mean, I'm thinking there has to be some sort of logical reason for Spock to be sneaking around, faking calls to the USS Enterprise. And also, you got the computer on lock, which is fun because now when you take over the USS Enterprise, you just leave Kirk and his commanding officer there. He just like, I'm just gonna flee with the USS Enterprise. I'm like, what are you doing? Jesus, dude. I don't know what Spock's plan was. It looks insane. Why would Spock want to lead command of a vessel? He's been first mate for so many years. He's been with Pike. He served under Pike for 11 years. So he's been first mate for at least that long. I'm actually curious as to why Spock is only the first officer and not like captain of some sort. I feel like he doesn't have the emotional skills to be successful as a captain, but he does have the skills to be successful as a captain's helper. Help the captain, because he has knowledge and he's logical. And I feel like the captain is more of an emotional job. You gotta care about the emotion and the practicalities
of everyone on board. Whew, boy, I don't think Captain Spock has a ring to it. His first officer Spock does. But what's interesting, we're taking the Enterprise. We're going to a planet forbidden, and we've kidnapped Captain Pike. What's funny, I like the little conversation that they have at the base before Spock's like, "I'm just gonna take you, dude." Right? He was telling Spock, he was like, "Hey, Pike, Pike, I'm Spock. Spock to Pike here. Yo, do you want me to take you to a planet?" And he just keeps screaming, "No, no, 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 no." And I'm like, oh boy, you're gonna take this guy without his consent? You're essentially kidnapping him, or adult napping, cripple napping. What is it? What's the actual physical term for it? I don't know. He's stuck in a chair. He can only respond with yes or no beeps, and I feel really bad for him. Oh boy. But I do like how Spock knows that, oh wow, Kirk and his commanding officer are actually coming after us, and they're almost out of fuel. Maybe I should just beamed up onto the ship, onto the Enterprise. I accept it all. I accept all charges. Okay, I accept it. I'm going to be court-martialed, but we need 3 people of high official rank to sit here and do a court-martialing. You got the commander of Kirk, and then you got Kirk, and then we also have Captain Pike, who has never been unlisted. Oh god. Oh, you're still in active duty? I'm sorry, dude. Maybe it's for the benefits. Maybe there's some sort of benefits that I don't know about, that there would be a reason to be doing, to be keeping his active duty service. That makes sense. Benefits? I mean, he'll need them. He's in a chair. He cannot talk. He cannot move, except for with brainwaves. He uses brainwaves to move his chair, and that's pretty much about it. Oh man, the tortured consciousness. Oh man, that feels bad. I'm just thinking about it, and it's like, man, if you were in that chair, if you were Captain Pike, what would you do? Would you go insane? I feel like Captain Pike would be going insane right now. What's interesting though, so we got 3 high-ranking officials here, and they're just chilling. They're like, "Hey, dude, Spock, what's up with you? What's up with this? Here's some evidence. You want to know what the evidence is? It's reused footage from the cage, from the pilot. It was not released at the time. I've seen this, but I've seen the cage, but I haven't reviewed it, because I knew they're going to just reuse it again in the menagerie. And how will they use it in the menagerie? Well, I do like the framing of reusing footage. We have Spock, like, here's my evidence. Well, we went to Talos 4, which is we're not allowed to go to Talos 4 anymore because it's bad place. You can't go there. And after Captain Pike was done with it, I assume he was just like, yeah, don't go to Talos 4. You're going to get kidnapped and you're going to get tested on. And so, of course, the Starfleet's like, no, we can't do that, dude. No more Talos 4. And now we're going to Talos 4, which is pretty much a death sentence. I'm sorry, Spock. I don't want to see you die. I really do hope that you come out this alive. And so, I do like the evidence presented. We land on this planet. There's a bunch of survivors there who are way too healthy. They've been there for like several years, and they shouldn't be that healthy. And Pike's like, what's the secret to this health? And then there's a chick there, looks very pretty. She's like, come here. Takes him to this place, and then wow, there's some doors, and he gets yoinked. Pop, bow. And then he gets kidnapped. And the survivors there were illusion. I don't know how different their decisions would be if it was a female first officer or is a male first officer or whoever this chick is. Who's the chick leading this party? Is Spock not a higher rank than them? Am I mistaken? Was he not first officer for the 11 years he served underneath Pike? I could be mistaken. It doesn't say explicitly, but it does seem that this chick is in high lead, high ranking, highest of rankings. I'm like, no, this needs to be Spock. Spock would have a logical explanation for all of this, but this chick, she's like, oh, just blast through it. We need more power. Physical force. We need to capture him. These dudes are bad. And also, meanwhile, in this cage, haha, I get it, the cage is called, that's the pilot's name. The cage. We got him, he's just chilling there. We got a chick. They're like, hey, breathe, dude. He's like, what are you doing here? Why am I here? Ugh. And obviously, the people keeping him captive are a highly intelligent species. Oh my goodness, I love how they talk to him. While he's like trying to figure out how to get the heck out of the cage, they're literally narrating what he's about to do. And this specimen will try to show his physical prowess to get out of the cage. And he's like right about to do it as they say it. I'm like, oh my goodness, they know your exact move. They're studying you. They're studying to see what you would do as like an animal. And these dudes just treat humans like animals the entire time. I love it. It's such a good meme. They're about to start the experiment. But it's like, hey, actually, I've been given command. I am above the captain. I am being given command. The Commodore, I think his title is, Commodore. He's like, I've been given command, and I have been ordered by Starfleet to turn this ship around. And I was like, how will they get out of it? They just started the explanation. Oh man, I like this episode. I feel quite uncomfortable feeling that Spock's about to get in trouble. I feel like he shouldn't get in trouble, but that's just me. I like Spock a lot. When I saw him doing going against orders, and I'm like, oh boy, he would go against orders for a good reason, but I still feel tense. And I wish for Spock's safety, and I wish for everyone else's safety. So because this like left on a cliffhanger, and I'm like, oh boy, and I was just looking at Kirk just standing there. He's like, he looks confused, he looks angry, he looks hurt, cause this is rough for him. He's good pals with Spock. Spock is there to help him. He's always been there to help him out, and now he's being put on trial, and there's a potential that Spock could be dying, or just no more rank for you, Spock. But I'm like, oh man, there must be a really good reason, but I still feel uncomfortable that Spock is getting in trouble. So I like the acting of everybody's part and the amount of tension being built. It doesn't end at the cliffhanger. It's just like, oh boy, I gotta see the second part. What happens next? And because this is such a good episode, I gotta give this episode a solid 8 out of 10. Beam me up. I'm in Salad, and I saw Star Trek, the original series, The Menagerie Part 2. It is directed by Robert Butler, written by Gene Roddenberry, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts, and we're coming off the last one. Spock was in a trial. You could have death if you were to be trialed to death. What's interesting is that now we're at like Talos 4, and we're locked in orbit. We can't leave orbit, so we just might as well listen to the rest of the transmission. So we're looking at evidence. We're looking at cool evidence, such as everyone is trying to destroy, everyone who beamed down and onto Talos 4 is trying to destroy this freaking door, trying to get into it. And what's interesting is that we still have Pike is in there, and he's being experimented on. His experiments is literally just this. He has a lady friend. The lady friend is like, hey, we can live here together forever. Wouldn't you want that? Wouldn't you want to live here forever? And of course he's like, I'm still stuck in a trap, man. Oh, I forgot to cover this last episode, but before Pike comes down here, he's talking to the doctor, and he's like, man, I want to resign. I want to just want to be riding horses, go home, go ride horses, have a ranch, all that fun stuff. And then when he's in captivity, he even gets offered like, hey, where do you want to live? what do you want to be at right now? And he's like, I'm stuck in a cage. I can't believe it, I'm stuck in a cage. And even like when the landscape just turned, these people have the ability to make anything an illusion, right? And so they created this perfectly beautiful place where Pike would want to rest. You got horses, you got a wife, you're in green land, you're in greenery place. It's all beautiful. But Pike is still stuck on the fact that he's locked in a cage. He's like, I'm locked in a cage. I need to get out. I need to get out. How do I get out of here, dude? And I'm like, oh no. Dude, like, the more and more as this transmission goes, the more and more I see that these dudes, these captors, the guys with big old brains, I feel like they're just trying to perpetuate the species of humanity. And that doesn't seem bad. Like, what's wrong with that? It seems like they want to repopulate their planet, which is currently, there's a lot of waste going on. There's lots of evidence of war in the past, and it seems that the more and more as I see these guys transmit, I'm just like, dude, please, Pike, just stay, dude, just stay. Oh my goodness. I do like how it's like, oh my goodness, I don't want to be stuck here at all. So these dudes are like, we're gonna punish you, Dan. We're gonna give you agonizing pain. We're gonna make it seem like you're in hell, dude. And I'm like, I mean, just do what they want. Look, you've been transported to a place where you have a lot of horses, all the horses in the world, and you're still not happy. It really seems that you're just trying to escape. And I do like this chick. This chick's like, yeah, I'm human. I fought so much. I fought so much in the beginning. But now I'm just kind of chilling here. And I just want a guy, dude. Like, you are the perfect guy for me, because I envision you as the perfect guy for me. I look like the perfect chick for you. Why aren't you accepting this? And Pike's just too much like in the state of mind that he's stuck in a cage, so he has to get out. He's like, I gotta be free, dude. I have to be free. And I'm like, oh, dude, you're not looking at the blessings in front of you. And of course, this seems to be the main contention that the chick that he's in captivity with is trying to say. What's also interesting is that we have we have a landing party ordered to beam down, but the only people that got beamed down were the chicks. Oh my goodness, the chicks. They got beamed down because these captors were like, okay, you want a choice. Here's qualities about the choices that I made. So one of this chick is intelligent, and then the other one is just kind of there because she likes you, dude, and she looks pretty or whatever. And he's like, no, I don't want that choice. I don't want a choice. Yeah. Meanwhile, there's a little bit of a hesitancy to keep playing this tape right on top of the USS Enterprise, because it's like, oh my goodness, I guess it's the only choice we got is to look at over the tape. It's the only choice we have, so I might as well do it. Now that I'm starting to watch more and more of this tape, I can see more and more why Spock wanted to bring Captain Pike to Talos 4. And it's because Talos 4 can create illusions of any kind. And towards the end, very, very towards the end, they made an illusion that there is not currently a hole in whatever it's called, the transparency. They call it the transparency. It's a window, but blast a hole because the captors are trying to get the weapons from them. So they must have some sort of effectiveness if they are trying to get them. But Pike's like, I'm gonna get you. I got you at gunpoint, dude. Dude, you gotta get us the heck out of here, dude. I can attest that there is a hole right there. Do you want to test that theory? And then it just reveals the hole. They go up to the surface, and I do like the captors are like, yeah, you guys like have a unique hate for being in captivity. we can't use you. We can't use you. Sorry, our species are going to die now because of you. Thanks, Pike. Amazing. And I'm just like, oh no, Pike, you're just going to ruin everything because you don't want to be stuck in a cage? How selfish of you. Wow, terrible selfishness. But Pike's like, okay, I'm going to go now. And also that chick that he was in captivity with the entire time, can't go with him because she looks incredibly disfigured. She's a human. They found her almost dying. They tried to put her together, but they didn't have any reference, so she looks all messed up. And they have the power of illusion to keep her pretty and beautiful. I'm like, okay, fascinating. They seem like pretty nice guys. Not gonna lie. I don't know why you want to hate these dudes. They seem to just want to make sure you have everything so you guys can breed, perpetuate the species, all that fun jazz. But of course, Pike's like, I'm gonna go to the Enterprise now, goodbye, bye-bye, bye-bye, and then just like fly away. I'm like, Pike, you got the wrong message from that, dude. If the message was to never go to this planet again because they're trying to capture you, you got the wrong message. They actually don't seem like terrible people. They seem incredibly smart. They have a lot of different alien life that they're also looking at, trying to perpetuate the species. I wonder how long they live. I mean, they got incredible brain power. I like how smart they are. They are. I wish I could be that smart. Then I could be like breeding people, trying to put people together, breed them. Oh man, good episode. And then the episode ends with Pike's like, yeah, I want to go down there, dude. Well, actually, more accurate to the episode is Spock asking, hey, do you want to go down there? And he just beeps yes, right? And then they go down there, they beam them down, and then he's in good care with these Telosians. And it's nice, because Spock actually did something really nice for this guy. And I'm like, oh wow, so this is why you threatened your rank? Because you saw that Captain Pike was suffering, and you knew about a place where he could not suffer, and he just had to go with it. And also, turns out the Commodore, that's an illusion. And also, it's an illusion that there's any problem at all. What's fun is that Spock is in the good now. And I'm like, this is so nice. This is such niceness. And also, I like the Telosians are like, hey, you keep doing you. I hope you have a good time, Captain Kirk. I hope you have the best time of your life. I'm like, this is such a nice episode, man. I liked it so much. I like how they reframed the cage. Honestly, they used all the footage from the cage, right? I like the cage a lot because it shows humanity. It's a study on human nature and how even if you got dudes trying to help you, if you put humans in a cage, they're just going to try to get out of that cave. So there's that. But also, I do like the reframing on using that footage is to show Spock is actually a really good person, wants to help out his previous captain. And I really like that Spock is good. He doesn't have any chance of losing his rank by the end of this episode, and I really like that. I was scared that he would lose his rank, but he actually doesn't, so this makes me very, very happy. Personally, I think I like the cage just in by itself more, just because it's a look at human psychology, humans, it's a pure look at humans. Versus this is, it's a look at the military structure, what you do what happens if you try to go against the military structure. Of course, you're going to have to get court-martialed or whatever and risk your rank, and you have to make enough time to get to Talos 4, and so everything can be explained, but you got to be able to trust Spock, but no one's going to trust Spock, so he has to get himself inside a pickle in order to have enough time to get to Talos 4 to help out Captain Pike. So there is that. But I do like how this episode paints Spock in a good light. It makes me like Spock even more. So I gotta give this episode, it's a solid like 8.2 out of 10. Alrighty. Salad, and I saw Star Trek, the original series, The Conscience of the King. It is directed by Gerd Oswald, written by Barry Trivers, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts, and we're following Kirk. He gets a call from his friend. The friend's like, hey, bud, I got a guy, right? He's the head of the Shakespearean play, boys. And I think that he's a massacreist. He caused the massacre of this planet. 8,000 people died, don't you know? And so, of course, Kirk's like, fine, we'll come over. We'll see what's up. We'll come over. Let's see. Let's have a gander. But also, he wants to talk about a new synthetic food thing. You can make food. You can make all the food synthetically. We got a new device how to make that. I'm like, oh, that's cool. I like science. But also, this guy, the head of this playwright? What's the group of play people called? Play artists? No, actors. Like the group of actors. So he's leading a group of actors. This guy is. People think that this guy, Caridian, his name is actually Kodos. And what's funny is that we're having a little bit talk with this guy a lot. We're seeing a lot of conversation. He seems like he's just really dedicated to being an actor. But the more and more phishing that the USS Enterprise gets, the more and more face data that we got. Like, oh, this guy looks exactly like this guy. He looks exactly like this dude who caused a bunch of people to die. Shouldn't we want to get him for that? And what's interesting, there's a moral dilemma here. So this guy has caused bad in the past. This guy believed that what he was doing was the right thing. It was the only thing that could happen because of supply ships couldn't come towards his planet in time to save everybody, so a lot of people had to die in order to share the same resources. So there's a practical reason why to kill 8,000 people, but it's not a good thing. And throughout the episode, there's talk amongst the crew. And it's like, oh, this guy is a murderer. This guy is a murderer. Isn't that weird? Isn't that weird? And so the only practical solution, obviously, is to invite him on the USS Enterprise and have him do a little bit of a show for the crew, because they're tired, they're overworked. Give them a little bit of a break, you know. So we have these actors. They're coming on the USS Enterprise. They're reciting Hamlet. Wow, Shakespeare is popular. Shakespeare's still popular. I mean, I guess Shakespeare's still popular now. I heard Shakespeare wasn't that popular when he was, you know, being Shakespeare, living. But it wasn't until after, when he got really popular and people started liking his works. Seems like the artist thing to do throughout history is to not be appreciated while you're still alive, but then be appreciated when you're dead. This guy, I'm gonna call him Kodos. Kodos guy. He has a daughter. The daughter's pure, innocent, lovely, amazing. Mwah. What's interesting, this Kodos just wants to focus on acting. But we got people trying to get him, right? We got freaking the guy who's like, oh man, I saw him murder those people. He deserves to die. And Kirk has to go behind the scenes, prevent him from being shot in the back by this dude. And what's fun is that guy then also gets God. So he's now dead. So the only person who has witnessed this massacre is now Kirk. So he's the only eyewitness. And what's interesting is that there seems to be somebody going after somebody trying to go after Kodos, which is weird. I wouldn't believe it's Kodos because he's on stage, so maybe it's somebody else. Somebody tried to poison him. Oh man, I hope he's okay. I hope he doesn't die. He looks like he's about to die. I think he has a healthy recovery, but there's a point where he's almost about to die. And so I thought he was dead at some point. Somebody is trying to murder these people. What, to prevent them from talking or something? Oh, wow, you got close to the idea that Kodos is a guy who murders people. How about I murder people? That just seems like more evidence that something fishy is going on. How about you just stop trying to murder people so you can go scot-free? So you can get out the way. You can not ever be again acknowledged by humanity. You just be an actor or whatever. Kirk is like, okay, it's now me against him. More like in the sense that I'm not going to murder him, but everybody else, seems like everybody else who's witnessed this wants to murder him. What's interesting, we have this chick, the daughter of Kodos. She is really into him, a little bit too much into him for my liking, honestly. I wish that she had her own self. She wasn't trying to get her dad's approval. So we have the end, right? The very, very, very end. Climax of the episode. Everything's coming to a peak. There's rumors, a lot of murmurs. This guy is an executioner. And we're actually given confirmation that he is right, actually. Kirk is right that this guy's executioner. And also, everybody else is right that this guy's an executioner. Whoever has seen him. And also believes that he is, in fact, an executioner just by not even seeing who he is, but, like, everybody else on the ship is like, yeah, that guy seems a little bit fishy, dude. For sure. 100% confirmed. This guy is the executioner. How can I tell? Well, the daughter is like, oh my goodness, people are coming so close to finding out that you're the executioner, so I had to have some blood on my hands. And this guy seems genuinely so upset, because he's like, man, I didn't want that to be mentioned at all, but also, it seems like this guy doesn't want to get into any fight of any kind at all. He seems genuinely in remorse that he caused the death of all 8,000 of those people, no matter how people look at him. It's literally called the conscience of the king. This guy has a major conscience. And he's being not even executed, persecuted, that's the word. He's being persecuted for this deed that he committed, that he feels guilty of, and he wishes his daughter didn't have any blood on her hands. He just wanted her to be pure and innocent. He already has a ton of blood on his hands. He just wanted to raise a daughter who was really into acting. Didn't have to worry at all about murdering. And it's unfortunate this daughter has caused a lot of grief and doesn't want her father to get caught. And I'm like, this is how you get your father caught, is by doing shady stuff like this. Like trying to poison people, dude. You can't just do that. This chick is so father crazy that she's like, I have to. And I have to just point guns at people. I have to point a gun at Kirk. Pew, pew, you're in the way. Of course, Kodos is like, this guy doesn't deserve to die. So instead, he dies. And so this chick's like, I killed my father. And I'm like, you should have tried to poison Riley, dude. Why'd you have to do that? Doesn't seem like a very smart thing you did. And then there's a jump from, how did she get out? But apparently, her father's still alive and giving performances. And I'm like, wait, where did they go? They just like, okay, bye-bye now. This ending, it's a little rushed for me. Personally, I wish there was more of a clean-cut ending. Like something clearly happens and then they leave. It's shown that they leave and they're dropped off somewhere or arrested or something. I don't know. It doesn't really show that at the end of this episode. That's my one complaint about this episode. But I do like the overall message is that we got a bunch of dudes who have heard and only a couple people who have even seen this guy do mass genocide. Isn't mass genocide if it's 8,000 people? What qualifies something as genocide? Let me know in the comments below. How many people need to die in order for it to be called a genocide? So this guy has killed a lot of people. This guy doesn't feel good about it. But even though he doesn't feel good about it, there's still people who hate him because he's done it. But he doesn't feel good about it. So at what point do you persecute somebody who doesn't feel good about the thing that they did? Do you still persecute them? And I think that's what the episode ultimately is about. I like this episode a lot. It's Shakespeare, cool, nice, good job. I mean, I guess the only Shakespeare that I'm really familiar with is Romeo and Juliet and Othello. I've heard about Hamlet, but I've never actually read it, so I don't know what happens in Hamlet. All I know is that Hamlet and all the other things that Shakespeare makes are either comedies or tragedies. And I assume that Hamlet's a tragedy because of how tragic it ends. Oh man, it's so sad. How can anyone listen to Shakespeare's words, man, if they're not in modern English, dude. I can't understand it, honestly. That's just my thing with Shakespeare. Too much. Oh, how cometh that thee thy thothum thee tho fuhuta? That's Shakespeare. Too many words, honestly. But other than that, this is a nice episode. It made me think, but the ending is not that clean. So I gotta give this episode a solid 7.7 out of 10. Boop. Beat me up. I'm in Salad, and I saw Star Trek the original series Balance of Terror. It is directed by Vincent McEveety, written by Paul Schneider, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts when we're following the USS Enterprise. Looks like 2 people are getting married. Woo! Amazing marriage. Ba 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 da, ba 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 da. You know, that fun song. And I hate, why is it that song that plays at a marriage, dude? I don't get it, but that's not pertaining to Star Trek. What does pertain to Star Trek is that there is a marriage, but, looks like somebody is attacking the USS Enterprise. Doing a little bit of a cheap shot, you know what they're doing? They're veiled. They appear, they shoot, and then they veil up again. And it's like, what is going on? This initial attack actually kills the guy who was getting married. Is that the groom? He kills the groom! And I'm like, no! Why is that the only guy has to die? Why? Why? Oh, so sad, man. I wish that the guy didn't have to die. But of course, he has to, man. We're nearing Romulan territory. We're nearing the neutral zone. We're nearing the place in which you guys can't shoot, but we have this Romulan ship. They're on the Earth side. They're trying to get to the Romulan side, but they attacked us. So of course we gotta attack back as human. And now here we are in the stalemate, this full-out war. We're following the Romulans. And I do like Kirk is like, okay, who are these people? And what's interesting is get a looky-loo who they are. What's fun is they have the Vulcan ears. They look like Vulcans. They're humanoids, and so there seems to be some sort of racism starting on the board, on board the USS Enterprise. There's some guys that are like, Spock, are you loyal to the USS Enterprise? And it's like, clearly, yeah. These guys, Spock's not a Romulan. Doesn't look like a Romulan. Doesn't act like a Romulan. Which is interesting, though. I do like Spock's perspective on this. He's like, you know, Romulans descended from Vulcans. Ancient Vulcans. They got the same ears. They have old Vulcan ways. You gotta attack when they're weak, when you got the opponent weak. You gotta find an opening and attack. I'm like, doesn't that just make you the aggressor then? That's not, I mean, I guess that could be logical, but it's also logical not to attack, because then that person could attack you. You know, it could cause a whole out war. I like the differences between the two ships that we got going on here. The Enterprise can go, can maneuver space pretty easily, versus the Romulans, although they're slower, they do have cloaking technology, and they have much better weapons than the Enterprise does. So we got a race going on. We got a race to get to make sure we get them before they reach the neutral zone. There's an idea we should probably get them, but they also have plasma stuff, so if we get them, it could also injure us too. So how are we gonna do this? Unbeknownst to them, what's fun, the Romulans are like, oh, just like send out a nuke. Let's just put it in space. The Enterprise, big brain on their heads here. Oh, let's just blow it up. Let's just blow up this object. I'm like, isn't blowing it up worse than if it were just to sit there? Like, why did you decide to blow up this nuke that they put out? But whatever. This causes a lot of damage to the Enterprise. And I'm like, haha, serves you guys right. You guys should have just, like, not try to blow up a nuke. Oh, man, why did they blow up that nuke? It causes a lot of damage to the Enterprise, of course. But what's fun, the Enterprise is like, we know these Romulans' techniques. They're going to want to attack when we're about to die. So let's just make it look like we're about to die. All of our power's off. Just have it so we're chilling here, right? Let's just chill here. Let's make sure we look weak. And this is all part of a game. It's all part of a game to get the Romulans to attack. I do like the politics happening on the Romulan ship, because we see the humans, right? The humans have politics of their own, but we also have the Romulans also have politics of their own. We have a commanding officer who's like, yeah, this is obviously clearly a trap, but we got somebody on board who's like, dude, just go for the kill. Just kill them. Just murder them. Murder them, damn! I want them murdered. Get them murdered. Murder. Murder. What's fun is the racism going on in the USS Enterprise. There's a guy in the weapons room who's like, ha, you're on their side, Spock. Uh-huh. But then when it's needed most, Spock comes in and he puts in the fatal shot. Pew, pew, pew. We're going to get you, Romulans. I feel like this tests Spock's loyalty to the USS Enterprise, doesn't it not? But of course, one final shot. The Romulans, oh no, we're hit. Oh no, we're hit. Oh no, we're hit. But what's interesting, I like Kirk. He's like, hey, do you guys need anybody? We can help you. We can, we can have people on board, take people on board, help you guys out. Romulans are like, no, I'm sorry, we could be friends, but we're not actually. Sometime we could have been friends, but we're not. So, and also, we're not just going to let you capture us and take us prisoners. So we're just going to self-destruct and boom, they're all dead. I'm like, oh wow, so that was the end of the battle. That was fun. That was a fun time. I enjoyed that. I enjoyed seeing the Romulans. I actually enjoyed seeing the Enterprise in combat, because the episodes before this, it's not dealing with a lot of combat. We needed some enemies. We need some enemies for humans to have. For humanity to band together, get rid of all of the differences that humanity has, and band together, because the Romulans suck and we hate them and we need to get better than them. So that's a good reason to progress the human society. That might actually be a reason why humans are so advanced within the society, is because of wartime. Look, think about it. Think about humans now. Do you think that humanity will bind together now? Current state, with no external enemies, off of the planet. There's no external enemies off of planet. So, we're living in a cozy time. We can all hate each other from our phones, or I guess we've always hated each other in whatever means necessary. Humans have always hated each other. So the fact that humanity can put aside their differences, the only way I can really think that humanity would put aside their differences is if there is a lot of external conflict from, like, space-time. If there's a bunch of aliens from space, yeah, humanity would move their butt, get into space, and find a way to fight them. So that's the only reason why I think the Starfleet would even exist, honestly. That's just my personal theory. Why do you think humanity is so involved right now in Star Trek compared to right now in humanity in 2024? Why do you think it's so involved right now? Leave a comment below. Overall, I like this episode. I like seeing how the Enterprise dealt with an enemy. I like Kirk. He's like, even in the face of war, he's still like, yeah, I just want to help you guys, dude. And these dudes the Romulans refused to be helped. I mean, I can see why they're in constant conflict. Romulans refuse to get help. Even like the best captain, they still won't accept help. Which is, I guess it's whatever. It's their prerogative. They can do whatever they want, the Romulans. So overall, I like this episode a lot. I like seeing them in conflict, and it's sad to see that there's some casualties. Casualty being the guy who was about to get married and now he's dead. Oh, I'm sad. I'm sorry. The wife. Is it wife? They haven't gotten married yet. Bride? Is it the bride? Yeah. I'm sorry, bride. Sorry I had to deal with this. I gotta give this episode's a solid 7.7 out of 10. It's boop. Beat me up.
I'm Salad and I saw Star Trek the original series, Shore Leave. It is directed by Robert Parr, written by Theodore Sturgeon, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts and we're coming across a planet. Whoa, it looks so pretty. Let's go down there. Of course, a few people go down there, and what's interesting, we got Dr. McCoy. He's like, oh, I think I see a rabbit. What's up with this rabbit? Apparently, there's no life forms of any kind. But he sees a rabbit. He sees an Alice in the Wonderland rabbit. And I'm just thinking, oh boy, what type of planet is this? We have a planet that isn't Earth, that is having things appear that is Earth pop culture. So, this is kind of it. Sussy, Baka. I'm thinking, oh geez, I wonder if something bad is going to happen here. That's my thought. And of course, we have weird, strange appearances from the other crew members. McCoy dreams of a princess who wants to take him away and have a hang. And I'm like, oh man, he must be really lonely. I feel really bad for him. I feel like a lot of the emphasis of the episode, or at least the first couple of the appearances on this planet, definitely pertain to McCoy. McCoy seems to be, he needs a lovely lady. He's always horning over them ladies, too, in the series. So this makes sense. This isn't his character. But we do have a couple more things do appear, like a samurai. Samurai goes after Sulu, and it's like, oh no, this is dangerous, this is crazy, oh no, what's happening? Kirk be like, hey, no, don't send anyone down, we don't know what's happening here, some crazy stuff is happening, and the communication with the ship keeps breaking up, and I'm like, oh no, something's trying to stop them from communicating with each other, oh no. Also, it's interesting, a few more things appear. Like Kirk's old nemesis, it seems, that he always wanted to beat up and that he is able to beat up. Spock beamed down. He was on the ship originally, but now he beams down and he's like, yo, dude, I just wanted to let you know that we can't communicate with you. And it's like, oh, great, thanks. Now, also, the transporter beam won't work. Or which they don't want to use it. The transporter beam's having trouble coming down. And I'm like, oh, boy, yikes. But also what's interesting is this is a relatively harmless episode, I'd say, because all of the dangers are just there and they're fighting them and whatever. And also there's a plane and it's like, what's up with this plane? Why is there a plane here? And now it's just flying through the air. And also there's geese now. What's up with this place? Why is it just conjuring a bunch of random stuff? The end, though. I do like the end. It justifies all of this. The caretaker of this planet be like, hey, oh, I'm sorry that I scared you guys. I just thought that you would want a place to cool down. It'd be cool, you know? Also, what's fun is that all of these things that appear are because of the imagination. It's like what they're thinking. And there's literally a line. Kirk's like, hey, I order everyone to stop thinking. And it's like, well, that's impossible. That's incredibly impossible. Even if I'm like talking right now, I can think of something while I'm speaking at the same time. You know, like visualize something, and then that would appear in my environment, and then I would be going against captain's orders. Oops. Well, anyway, what's fun is the caretaker comes here and he like clears it up, like, this is actually safe. You're good here.
everything is supposed to be harmless. Feel free to use the planet as you please. And so at the end of the episode, Kirk's like, okay, let's have a bunch of people come down here. And then also it's fun. I like this nice little quirk of Spock. He's like, oh, it's most illogical to stroll through the field when I'm trying to conserve energy. And I'm like, yeah, I guess so. You don't have any need for going outside, going somewhere that isn't where you're at currently, changing the pace, changing scenery. You don't have that need at all, Spock. You don't feel the need to be like, oh, I feel I'm sick of what I'm looking at. Might as well look at something else. No, I guess not. He's really just that logical. Well, anyway, this episode was fun. It was a nice, quaint one. I thought there would be danger, but there isn't, and that makes me happy. Overall, this is just an episode about them going on shore leave. Hey, it's the episode title. Get it? Oh, yeah. So anyway, this is a fun episode. I'd give this episode is like a solid 7.5 out of 10. Beam me up. I'm inside and I saw Star Trek the original series, the Galileo 7. It is directed by Robert Gist, written by Oliver Crawford, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts and we're following the USS Enterprise. They're going to a planet, but along the way, they have to stop by this other planet because Kirk is being ordered to investigate. And plus, there's a Commodore on board, which is interesting. This Commodore seems very impatient. He's like, oh, I suck being on this planet. I suck being here. We gotta go to that planet that needs our drugs. We gotta go there. And I'm like, okay, I get it. You have a deadline. You gotta hurry. What's also interesting, as we go down to this planet, we're sending a bunch of people down. And what's fun is that now they are lost. Their shuttle is lost. They get crash land, and now we have like Spock and like a bunch of other people there, including McCoy. They're all there. They're all hanging out. And also there's a time limit because 2 days and some odd hours, the Commodore gives Kirk. And it's like, oh geez. Oh, there's a time here. There's time here. There's so much going on. I really hope that they could figure out this shuttle situation. So the shuttle is too heavy. There's 500 pounds too heavy. How are we going to have all these people on board and also live within and go up to the Enterprise? And, it's 500 pounds overweight, so you can get rid of like 3 people. That's 500 pounds there, 4 people, depends on how much they weigh. What's interesting is that there's also a bunch of these dudes. They're hairy dudes. They're very strong. They're very, I'd say archaic. They're very violent. They stab a guy, and what's funny is Spock is like lead here. I've always had the question, I wonder why Spock doesn't become the captain. Well, this episode answers my question for me, because instead of being like, oh, I'm sorry, this guy's dead, he's like, oh, this is a sphere. It's a spear. Oh, it's stone. Interesting. And like some of the guys are like, what are you doing? You are the coldest man I've ever encountered. And so Spock is all about logic. He's like, let's do the logical thing. We got to do the most logical thing. These creatures, I'm going to base it off of logic. Right, I'm going to base off of my decision off of logic. What's interesting, these creatures are not very logical. They're actually pretty emotional. So in the process of Spock being like, oh, let's just do logic, ha ha ha, 2 people end up dying. I'm like, Spock, this is why you don't lead. This is why you don't command. This is why you are the first officer. This is why you're not captain. It is because you have no heart, no heartiness whatsoever. And I feel like it is necessary for a captain to be able to empathize with the situation. I think it's a pretty important quality. You got to be able to lead people. You don't want people angry at you. Like, this guy is so angry at Spock because Spock won't let him have a funeral, even though it's like, oh, we don't have enough time, dude. It's illogical. But this guy's like, I want a funeral. Eventually, Spock's like, fine, you can have a funeral, but with all the people dying, with all the weight that they've taken off of the shuttle, they don't have that much fuel left, right? And also we have more increasing pressure from the Commodore to leave. It's like, let's just abandon them, right? So it takes pretty much 2 days for the shuttle, as Spock's in, plus a bunch of other people, to even like get off the ground. And they maintain an orbit. That's fun. But the Enterprise has to leave, and so they leave, and like, no, wait, you just left them there. Of course, I can see and feel the pain that Kirk is going through, because holy diggity dang, he's just left a bunch of people down there, including his friends like Spock and McCoy, dude. Like, whew, wow. Okay, so this is a fun episode because I like Spock knows how much fuel he has. He only has like about 45 minutes of fuel, but hey, let's just put on the boosters. He has no logical reason to put on boosters whatsoever. But this attracts the attention of the Enterprise, and they go turn around. Where's the Commodore at this point? Don't know. At this point, I don't sense the Commodore anywhere. I feel like the Commodore is there just to be like, hey, there's a time limit. We have to have a reason to abandon these people on this planet. Like, that's really what the Commodore position is for me. Like, I don't really actually feel there's a good reason for the Commodore to be there other than to facilitate the need for drugs, facilitate drugs going from one planet to the next planet. Like, there's not really a clear reason why he's there necessarily. He's just there to establish a time crunch. But of course, they have the Enterprise has been properly flared. They get saved right at the last moment when they're about to break orbit, and then poof, they're back on the ship. What's fun is a nice little study because desperation is a human emotion, and Spock just showed it. He just showed the desperation, so he did whatever. He did the riskiest of risks, and it worked for him. He basically just used up all of their fuels just to get the attention of the Enterprise. I don't even know if he was doing that intentionally. Seemed like he was. He's big brain smart boy Spock over here. But he got the attention, and now he's back on board, and now we're going to the planet that we got to go to. Overall, I think this episode is a good look on Spock's leadership skills, which is, yes, logical, but not very emotional and human and very cold. And I can understand why people are like, oh, this sucks, man, you're not like appealing to our emotions at all, dude. I feel like Kirk's situation would be like, yeah, you can have a funeral, dude. You can have a funeral. Even though we only have 2 days, you can have a funeral. I feel like the morale would be improved with a little bit of emotionality. This is why Spock does not do captaining. He's instead the second to the captain. Very valuable position still, but just not like captain leadership worthy, you know? His logical decisions caused 2 people to die, and his illogical decision saved like the 5 other people that were there. So you gotta have some illogicalness there in life to survive. This is what this episode is telling me. Overall, I appreciate Kirk as a captain even more now, and I appreciate Spock's role as the first officer now. So I gotta give this episode, it's a solid 7.9 out of 10. Beam me up. I'm in Salad, and I saw Star Trek the original series, Squire of Gothos. It is directed by Don McDougall, written by Paul Schneider, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts when we're following the USS Enterprise. They're just traveling through space. They got like a mission. It's going for 8 days. They're doing a thing. You know, they're all doing their own thing. Of course, there's this planet that just hasn't been mapped before. This is a little bit strange, a little bit sus. So you know what the natural thing to do is? Let's just go over to that planet and see what's up with it. We gotta explore planets. That's our mission, is to explore planets. But what's interesting is that as they go around, they go around it, then suddenly Kirk and Sulu, of all people, just disappear. Boop, out of thin air. It's like, oh, what happened? That's weird. Some creature has the ability to just arrange atoms and put them there next to wherever they're at or whatever they're going to do. I don't know, man. This is just a weird power. I like the power, though. Just somebody to have, just to be like, oh, I could just boop, take you out of existence and put you somewhere else. Just like that. No need of a transporter ever. So what's fun is now they're on this planet and it's like, what's going on? It says the bridge. What has happened? They just left. That's weird. And then you get some fun visuals. It's like, greetings. Hello. Tiddly-ta. Sound like medieval stuff. Medieval speak. Old English, I'd say. What's fun is it's like, okay, well, we gotta go down there, obviously. We gotta figure out what's going on. Why is Kirk just gone? Where did Sulu go? And so, they go down there. They encounter Kirk and Sulu are just kind of just there. They can't really do anything about it because they're just sitting there. And there's this guy who's like, oh, hello. Ooh, I think it's time for playtime. This planet was originally not supposed to support any life, so why is Kirk and Sulu surviving? And when we have the search party, they beam down, it's like, oh, this is actually livable? This is weird? Well, the sensors say otherwise. What is going on? This is such a weird planet. I personally am just like, something weird is happening. Obviously, some sort of god is coming over here, adding oxygen, making it livable, disappearing people out of thin air and reappearing them somewhere else. And they have like no ability to protect themselves whatsoever. But what's fun, this tricorder, you know the tricorder, the lovely good old pal tricorder. I've never really mentioned it because it's just a device to record. It's called a tricorder. I wonder what it tricords. Does it record video, audio, and what's the third one? Video, audio, and maybe smell something? I don't know. What's the third thing that it records? Let me know in the comments below. What does the tricorder record? I'm new to the series, so I wouldn't actually know. So what's interesting, we got this tricorder. It's like, oh, this guy isn't even like alive. And it's like, what is going on? Okay. More evidence to that is that the food tastes like nothing. The drinks taste like nothing. What exactly is going on here? And of course, we gotta get the heck out of Dodge. I do like, we got a signal on them. We got a signal on this team. Let's just beam them up. They go beam up. And they didn't beam up the guy who's down there, but the guy is like, haha, I'm not gonna let you out of my reach. No, I'm gonna come up with you. And then I'm gonna bring down the entire bridge. And you guys are gonna come down with me. And I'm like, oh no, oh no, oh no. This guy is very into Earth history. Earth history, he's so far away from Earth history. You think it's like the medieval times or the 1900s, I don't know what time period he thinks, but he's so many light years away. He doesn't know that humans have embarked into space. He thinks they're still in the medieval times, it seems, or the Victorian age. I don't know what age technically. I'm not a historian, so I wouldn't know, but it looks old-timey. It doesn't look like now. It looks like a few hundred years ago, as of now. But what's interesting, he's like, oh, you guys are savage. I'm interested in Earth history, but you guys are savage. Aren't you guys supposed to not? You guys aren't even supposed to be here today. Like, what? Why are you guys here? Anyway, well, I guess it's time to have a dance with Yeoman. Of course, okay. Kirk has to love Yeoman. So his Yeoman. Yeoman's a title. I thought it was a name until Star Trek. It's a title, actually. So Yeoman is here. She's like in a dress now. She looks pretty. And Kirk's like, well, what are you here? Why are we here? Like, stop that. Why are we being played with? They don't know. They're just being played with. But Kirk's like, he notices this mirror, right? Because he keeps talking about, oh, mirror, mirror, mirror. Aha, yeah, look at this mirror. Haha. Don't go towards that mirror. He kicks the mirror. Illusion. It goes down. The illusion goes down. Oh boy. What's fun is this guy who keeps tormenting the crewman. He gets angrier and angrier. It's like, why aren't you doing anything? Why aren't you why are you so he's like unable to do his thoughts, you know, like I did. He's angry. He's just angry. He's so angry. He's like, oh, Kirk, I'm going to commit you for treason. How about you hang yourself on this noose? And it's like, oh, yikes. Okay, well, there's a noose there. I was not expecting to see a noose, but there it is. Cool, a noose. Hang yourself, Kirk, for my amusement. And I'm like, oh no. Yikes, that's not a good thing. Kirk, don't do that. But Kirk, I like how clever he is. He's like, hey, wouldn't it be more fun to like chase me around? Wouldn't it be a whole lot more fun? And I'm like, okay, yeah, you guys are gonna chase each other. You're gonna buy time to figure something out, but you're not gonna die right now. And of course, they have a little bit of a chase, and Kirk's about to die. When we have these two speaking auras, green auras, they're like, hey, dude, what's up? And it's like, he's actually a little kid. This guy who was tormenting the crew the entire time. He's just like acting like a little kid. He's like, but you let me have this planet! They're just like, dude, stop messing with lesser beings. I didn't know you could like hurt them, but you can. I like these parents have like empathy. Like, stop it. What are you doing? Stop. You're so rude. You're so mean. You're gonna get punished. He's like, yeah, I never get what I want. I'm like, you had an entire planet to yourself, and then he started messing with the Enterprise, and they could die, dude. Good thing they came in time. And they apologize to Kirk. They're like, I'm sorry, Kirk. We spoiled him too much, but well, he'll be punished. And I'm like, oh, okay. All right. Well, then off they go. They actually made the planet nice and suitable for them, which is nice. They didn't have to, but they did. That's why they read that the planet was not good at all. It was kind of deadly to be down there. But it was actually nice when they actually did go down there. It was because the parents were good. Good job, parents. Overall, this is a fun episode. Oh boy, I'm just thinking. So we've seen a child who is intelligent, who's like intelligent like an adult in a child's body, and now we've seen a child in an adult's body. That's what this episode is. This is a fun episode. Not gonna lie, I enjoyed this episode a lot. I like seeing Yeoman as a princess in the end, where Kirk's like, hey, I have some orders for you. And Yeoman's like, can I change first? I'm like just still dressed like a princess. And then he's like, yeah, go ahead, get changed. And I'm like, I bet Kirk liked seeing her as a princess, not gonna lie. She's cute. She's a very beautiful woman. I like this episode a lot. I like the stakes at play, and I like that the parents came and saved the day. I'm like, cool. I like that. So this is an episode. I'll give this a solid 7.4 out of 10. Beam me up.
I'm inside and I saw Star Trek the original series Arena. It is directed by Joseph Penby, written by Frederick Brown, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts and the Enterprise is assigned to go to Celtic 3, which is a planet. It has a Starfleet bases. They go there and they're destructed. They're destroyed. How was that? Dismantled? What was I doing? I'm trying to go there for the word. Anyway, completely obliterated. They're all gone. They're dead. Nobody's there. However, there's a few people go down there, including Kirk, McCoy, Spock. Those three go down there. And it's like, what's happening here? And then like a bunch of shots just come firing. There's a bunch of mortars, artillery. What is it called when you put a thing into a little tube and then you do a little bit of a fire and then it go like this is the same thing with fireworks. Like the firework balls that go explode in the air. Those are also called that too. What is fun about this is that they have to do a bunch of evasive maneuvers, and I really enjoyed seeing do all the evasive maneuvers. Oh, someone's gonna die. I'm actually trying to do an evasive maneuver myself from the police. That's what it is that I'm trying to do. It looks like they are leaving, but wow, they are very loud. Anyway, so we got them doing a bunch of flips, a bunch of rolls. I like all the rolls that they're doing. Jeez, how many cars do you need? Okay, look, I don't know what the emergency is, but how many cars do you actually need? I hear one fire truck, necessary, but I keep hearing cars go by, I keep hearing them go by down the road. How many cars do you need? Do you need like 5 cars for emergency? Okay, there's a fire truck there, I see it. It go. Hopefully this is the last one. Hopefully you don't need more. You have a fire truck and like a bunch of cars. You don't need more cars. Anyway, that distracted me. Sorry about that. They're doing a bunch of rolls. I like the rolls that they do. They even have a little bit of the same mortar system. They put a mortar in, put some light to it, and then it go explode. And it's like, oh boy, that stopped them. They're leaving. Well, we better go leave too. And so they're now in a ship. They now go vroom in a ship. They keep increasing the speed. It's shown and told how dangerous it is to have speed go very fast. It goes warp 7, we'll go warp 7. We're gonna go to warp 8. Well, they're going to warp 8. Well, they're actually not going to warp 8. Doesn't seem that they're capable of that. But we're going to warp 8, and then they just suddenly stop. They just suddenly stop, and it's like, we're hot in the pursuit. And what's interesting about Kirk in this episode is that he keeps saying stuff like, they caused the damage first. Freaking mosquitoes. It's like 50 degrees out there. How out here? Why are there mosquitoes out? Anyway, so we have Kirk is like, we gotta get him, dude. We gotta show him who's boss. We gotta shoot him down. We gotta annihilate them. We gotta shoot him. What's fun? Everybody else is like, wait, what? This is a little bit sus. What are you doing? But because he's captain, they're not going to undermine him. There's a lot of questioning, like, but you know, they have this information, right? And Kirk's like, yeah, I get it, okay? We gotta go catch up to them. We gotta show them who's boss. They mess with us. We gotta show them who's boss. But then their ship just suddenly stops. And it's like, what's happening? And then there's like this rainbow weird thing happening on the screen, on the display. It's like, hey, you guys are intending violence. I'm gonna stop that. You guys are going to, both of your captains are going to be transported to
a planet where you guys are gonna fight it out to the death. Go. And then they do. They're on a planet. He just disappears. It's so funny. It just disappears like boop, and then they're like, where'd he go? And they're all just like trying to find him. They can't really find him. Meanwhile, we have Kirk and the captain of the ship, which is reptilian. Fun key facts about this species: they are incredibly strong. We have Kirk, who can barely lift a boulder. Boop, chucks it at him, and then he's not damaged at all. He like grabs a huge boulder and then chucks it at Kirk, and I was like, oh, this is gonna cause a lot of damage if he gets hit by that. I hope he didn't get hit by that. That's good. You got a little bit of a thing, a recorder thing. What's fun, Kirk is like automatically, it's like, I'm gonna put in captain's notes now. I'm gonna put in captain's notes, like, oh, this guy is more agile than me, he's more strong than me, but hopefully I'm more agility and smarter. Meanwhile, this guy is like setting up a trap at the below, right? And then he's like loudly like sharpening his weapons. And I'm like, dude, this seems like a trap. There's no boulder that just is there at the top of a hill that hasn't already fallen. It seemed like it was intentionally placed there. I feel like Kirk just falls for this guy's trap. He pushes the boulder down. This guy gets hit, but he survives. And then Kirk is running away. Kirk lands in this guy's trap. He gets all tangled up and he gets bouldered, and he injures his leg. And I'm like, oh, Kirk, this guy is smarter than you think, okay? He's a captain of a starship. You have to be pretty big brain to even go to space in the first place. Whew. Don't underestimate this dude. So of course Kirk is like, well, this guy said there's gonna be some weapons, but there's a lot of mineral deposits here. There's a lot of, what's weird? Interesting. I do like how, like, towards maybe like the middle of the battle, it looks like Kirk is losing because he can't find a weapon. This guy is stronger than him. And so the guy mediating this fight is just booped them, boop. They're on the planet now. The guy who did all of that, he's like, hey, you guys can see him now because I'm letting you. Look at him go. And I'm like, oh, okay. I like seeing, showing how clever he is, because he's like, there's a bunch of sulfur here. There has to be something happening. What is it? What am I thinking of? And then like back on the bridge, they're watching Spock be watching him, and everybody else on the bridge be watching him, and Spock be like, oh yeah, gunpowder, make gunpowder. And then Kirk has like a little bit of a tunnel tube, found some rope, put a bunch of minerals in it, and then here's what gets tense. Very tense moment, okay? I like this moment. So Kirk is here trying to light a fire. He's trying to do some gunpowder. He finds some diamonds, small diamonds, but they're good for projectiles, which is nice. And I like that Kirk is like, okay, we gotta make this fire. Oh my goodness, I got the fire going. Oh my goodness, the guy's here. I better do this now. And then he gets the gunpowder going. He only has one shot. And I'm like, oh man, I hope he doesn't miss. And he doesn't miss. The guy is injured. He's pretty injured. Kirk has the upper hand. He's about to be like, oh, I'm gonna murder you. And then he's like, wait, no. I'd actually just rather spare him. And then this Metron appears, and Kirk's like, oh, hi. That's what you look like? You kind of look human. Metron be like, oh, I was surprised. I thought you were a savage. Within a few thousand years, you guys might be able to hang out with us, be good pals with us. But, you guys got some hope. And I'm like, I guess there is some hope. There's some hope for humanity. And then he gets transferred back to his ship. He just boop, and then everyone's like, whoa, where'd you go? What happened? And he's like, we have some promise as a species, and let's go. And I'm like, okay, this is fun. So this is a show of yet another alien that Kirk has to go against. The strengths of humans, the weaknesses of humans against an alien life form. I mean, I do like it's revealed that this thing that Kirk was talking into, the captain could also hear. He's like, "Hey, I've been listening to you the entire time. Like, I know what you're up to." And I'm like, you really think that you would just be given a recording device? You just started using it. I just find that really funny. Kirk just started using that, but other than that, it was pretty fun. This is a fun episode. I like that humanity has hope in Metron eyes. Honestly, this is a good episode. Anything else I can talk about? I mean, I like the reptile guy. He's repulsing. I don't like reptiles that much, personally. And I do like it's commented on. There's so many mosquitoes out here, I might as well get on out of here. So I gotta give this episode, it's a solid like 7.3 out of 10. Beam me up. I'm in sound and I saw Star Trek the original series Tomorrow is Yesterday. It is directed by Michael O'Hurley, written by DC Fontana, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts when we're following the USS Enterprise and they're in the clouds. Why are they in the clouds? Well, they're headed towards Earth. They got sucked into a black hole nearby, and they had to use all of their impulse power, all of the power of the ship to get out. But as soon as they got out, they couldn't control themselves, and they're all warbly goop-a-doo-goop. They're all, oh no, we're falling. We've fallen. Now we gotta recover. All of our powers are gone. Pretty much we're on impulse power. We're taking a while for the engines to be good. You know, they're kind of, whatever. What's interesting, they can get radio signal. Oh, radio signal, there's a UFO in the air. Hey guys, can you have a gander at that? Can you have a gander? And then there's this guy's Captain Christopher. He has a gander. And the Enterprise is like, oh, let's just have a tractor beam on it. Oh boy. We're being noticed by these people? That's no good. Let's have a tractor beam go in. Uh-oh, the ship isn't strong enough for the tractor beam. So they have to take the person, energize them, and this guy is like confused. He's like, what is happening? This is so strange. This is the future. And he's met with a Captain Kirk. And then I think it's at this point they realize, oh, we're in like the mid 1960s. The moon they haven't even like touched the moon. Oh boy, yikes. We're stuck in the past. Uh-oh, well, there's also another problem. We got this Christopher guy, he knows way too much. Captain Kirk, man. He's like, hey, have a look. Have a look aboard. And I'm like, dude, you're being way too nonchalant with this. You got a guy from the past. You really don't want him to spread all the information. Now, then the future's going to be changed. And then this information that is information to this guy will be different information in the future. It'll be completely different. Everything will be different. You got to, like, prevent this guy from telling anyone. Whew. So this is a fun episode because we're dealing with a guy who knows way too much, and Kirk's like, you can't leave. Spock's like, oh, you have contributed nothing. They're like, oh, yikes. Oh, yikes. Well, while they're still trying to figure out how to deal with this guy, Christopher's like, well, I have a wife and I have a daughter. Wait, oh my goodness. Dude, let me go. I want to go. Let me go. And also he had some records. He was talking to some people about this ship that he's talking about. Hey, dude, what's up? What's up, guy? What's up? Hey, It's got some shape. It looks like a cylinder. It has like a bunch of cylinders, and it looks like a flying saucer. It looks really weird. Here's my description of it. And he was telling his description to the military base. And they're dealing with the UFO, so they have to go down there and like take the tape. So that's fun, okay. So now we got Christopher, who knows too much, but he has to go back down there. Actually, Spock made a miscalculation. Forgot to account for his son. And his son helped with the Earth-Saturn expedition. Very useful, very helpful. They needed that, and so they needed this guy to be down there. Well, this guy knows way too much. And they got another problem. As Kirk and Sulu are down there trying to steal this tape, then there's like this guy who's like, oh, I'm the guy. I'm gonna get you. Hey, what are you doing down here? What's up with you? How did you get in here? And he takes their belts, the transporter, go beep, boop, boop, boop. He opens the transporter, and then he gets beeped on the ship, and now we have another problem. And this guy is just like, I'm not sure what's happening. I'm just gonna chill here. Oh, yikes. Yikes. And I'm like, well, we got 2 problems now. There's many problems out here, actually, because of the mosquitoes. How are they going to deal with going back into time? How will they go back to the future? Well, if we go around the sun, we go very fast around the sun, and then we do a little slingshot, and then we can go, boom, and then we can drop Christopher off, and also that guy off in the right time, and they do that. So here's some questions that I have, because time travel is very questionable. How does going really fast make time go? And how does going really fast make time go in first the backwards direction and then the forward direction? They go near Earth, and they can put Christopher back in time, which is the past, and then they could put the other guy in the past as well, a little bit forward in time in the past, and then they keep on going forward in time. How does that work? I'm no science. This is really confusing to me. If I knew the science and I knew this is right or something, is there any time travel science out there? Any time travel scientists? Let me know in the comments below. This part really confused me. It was hard for me to wrap my head around it. I'm like, yeah, I know time travel doesn't exist, but like, how do you deal with it? I mean, this is an interesting way to deal with it, but personally, it doesn't make sense to me. This is a show from the 60s. They didn't even have like Skype or phones, flip phones. They're all designed because of Star Trek made them. So I bet Star Trek was trying to be like, oh, here's how you do time travel. Someone please test this theory, please. Did someone test this theory? Let me know. Overall, they go back into their time, and they're at their time. Of course, it takes a lot of rassle-tassle. Oh no, we're about to fall. No, or I fall again because I have the brakes on, but right in the right time. And then they get to go home. They get to go to Earth. And overall, I think this episode was a fun one. I like the trope of having people in the 1960s interact with people from like the way ahead of their time. I really like that. The science behind it doesn't make sense to me, but I'm not supposed to think about it. It's the science within the world. It's the science within the world. That's how it works within the world. It was explained. I liked how it was explained. I like the concept of this episode a lot. And I like the tension built because, does this Christopher guy have any notable contributions? No. But actually, yes, he does. So he has to go back on the planet's surface. Okay, here's another question. How does going back in time erase Christopher's mind and that other guy's mind, but it doesn't erase the mind of the Enterprise? Like, this isn't clear to me. I don't understand this part. Why aren't they forgetting things if they go back in time to many years in the future? I don't know, man. I don't get it. This part I don't get. The time travel, like, logistics of it doesn't make sense to me, but I do really like the plot of this, so I gotta give this episode, it's a solid, like, 7.4 out of 10. Boop. Beam me up.
I'm in Salad and I saw Star Trek the original series, Court Martial. It is directed by Mark Daniels, written by Don M. Mankiewicz and Stephen W. Karbatzos. And if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts with we're following them going into a storm, and we have a guy, he goes into a pod during yellow duty, and then it go red duty, and then looks like this pod got destroyed and Kirk is on trial, and I'm like, oh boy, Kirk is on trial? Oh, hot diggity dang. Oh yikes. Why is he on trial? Because the computer is saying that he jettisoned the pod during the red, even though he said he was jettisoned during the yellow, and he didn't know there was much of a danger to begin with, and everyone keeps saying that he did it during the red, and his crew says that he did it during the yellow, that he would never send somebody out during the red, and so it's a test between the computer and also the morality of Kirk, but also it's a test between the computer's accuracy and also the social accuracy, the character, and we know Kirk's character. You know Kirk's character. You know what happens in Kirk's character. Kirk's character is like, yo, I'm Kirk and I'm going to be doing the right decision. I don't see Kirk as somebody who would send somebody out during a storm, an ionic storm that they go through. So at this point I'm thinking, of course the computer is wrong, but I feel like in this society the computer is like big ba-ba, ba-boom, ba-ba. It's like the best thing in the world. Kirk is 100% in the right, in my opinion, but I also think that everyone is super reliant. All the people who are doing the judging, the space courts, they're doing the judging, and I think that they are really, really reliant on the computers. They're like, but the computers did it. And also I like this moment where we have Kirk, he goes to a friend who is a lawyer, and she's like, oh, hey, you're cool. I know of a case that you're doing. I think it's cool to know that you are going to be in this court case, and I'm your friend, and I'm sorry that I can't help you out. And he's like, why? It's like, because I'm the prosecution. I'm like, oh yeah. Ooh yeah, this is pretty cool, not gonna lie. I mean, I like this a lot. This is super fun. So I'm thinking, what's up with the computers? What's going on with computers? You want to know what's going on with the computers? Well, Spock's like, oh, what's going on with the computers? I'm going to try the chess, and it keeps losing. But I programmed this chess. It should go be doing a draw, but it keeps losing to me. So what's up with the computers? Obviously something's wrong with the computers. And I'm like, yeah, that's my first thought. So he brings us to the evidence. And then what's fun is that, oh, he's free of our charges because we found out what happened to the computers. The computers are being weird. There's only a few people who can tamper the computer. There's Kirk, there's Spock, and then there's, oh, the guy who is on duty to be dead. He is on duty to be going to the storm. Everyone thinks that James Kirk did it out of maliciousness because they had like a previous beef. They used to be friends, but then they had the previous beef, and then they're like, oh, what if we have to entertain all possibilities? What if James T. Kirk had like a beef? He wanted him dead, so he sent him through during a red storm. A red alert during an ionic storm, and just wanted him dead, and that was maybe the possibility. But maybe, have you ever entertained the possibility that maybe they're not dead? And so they entertained the possibility that he's not dead, and he's actually not dead. And then he's like, gets arrested. It's like, oh, James T. Kirk is now free on all charges. And I'm like, oh wow, this person really went for his career. Ooh boy. You know, when the attempt for my career comes, I hope that I survive it. Because there always is one. You know, I'm just a movie reviewer. I'm just trying to become an expert movie reviewer, and an expert movie reviewer is 5,000 movie reviews. So what is that, like
That's well into my 30s. I'm only 23 right now. I don't know how many movie reviews I'm at right now, but 5,000 movie reviews. This includes the Star Trek reviews, which I'm on a 5-year journey on. I'm on a journey to review all of the Star Trek episodes. It goes to show that the computer is fallible. It goes to show that people are malicious. And it goes that in the end the truth will come out, and hopefully the truth comes quick enough out. So people are put to justice properly. So I gotta give this episode, it's a solid 7.8 out of 10. Boop. Beam me up. I'm in Salad and I saw Star Trek the original series, The Return of the Archons. It is directed by Joseph Henry, written by Gene Roddenberry, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts and we're following the USS Enterprise. They're supposed to report to the specific planet, but on this way they find USS Archon, which is a ship which 100 years ago just kind of just went AWOL, but now we actually found it. And let's just send a landing party to this ship, and they go to the ship, they go to the planet's surface where a ship is nearby, and then Sulu is the only person who actually comes up, and he's weird. He's acting a little bit weird. I'm not sure why he's acting a little bit weird. He's acting weird like he's on some sort of constantly happy drug of some kind. And he keeps mumbling stuff about the one of the body or something. Oh, we're not one of the body. I'm one of the body, the mind, and the spirit. I'm all three of those things. I'm a complete human being, actually. I am, in fact, one of the body. Don't tell me otherwise, guy. Of course, we gotta find out more about what's going on this weird planet. The Archons. What's up with the Archons? You go to those Archons, and it seems like everybody's having a handy-dandy time, and then it turns like a specific clock, like noon, and then everyone just starts freaking out and starts getting super violent with each other, starts getting really hands-on-y. He wants to go like, hoo, I wanna touch your hands. Something like that. What if they were like that? I think that'd be cool, not gonna lie. Oh, there also has the meat grinder, which just turned on. The meat grinder during this episode, they brought that to fruition. It's alive now. It's pretty great. So anyway, so they go to this civilization. They got like a weird purge thing going on, and they have to hide out with the mob during this purge thing. And it's like, this is so weird. What's happening? Why is everyone doing this weird ritual? Because they all got this god, and Kirk trying to seek this god out, right? Keeps seeing him, keeps seeing this dude, and everyone keeps talking about this dude like he's like 100%, 10% real. And it seems like Kirk is the only one who has the balls, the gusto to find out for fact, is there any weight behind this dude? Like, why is everybody believing in everything that he says pretty much implicitly? Also, what's interesting about this episode has they're in a dungeon, and they have to deal with pain, ugh. The dungeon thing is weird. I don't think I've seen that in a Star Trek yet. That is something new. That is weird. That is a weird one. Oh boy. The society has like a bunch of people, and these people are dictated by people called lawgivers. And why is this dude who is omnipresent, apparently, his name is Landru, everyone treats him like a god? Well, he changed civilization 6,000 years ago, so this gives him permission to be a total douche canoe guy. I don't buy it, but honestly, that's why everyone loves him. Everyone's like willing to do what he says. What's also interesting is we have this guy. This guy is just like, yeah, I'm the top head honcho, and it's like, how? With head honcho status being my brain's so big, And like, I feel like that's what all the lawgivers think about themselves with anyone else they deal with. They didn't quite understand the strength of the USS Enterprise. But yet, the USS Enterprise has, in fact, taken over these lawgivers because they give the law. They don't give goodness. They only give the law, which isn't necessarily good. I don't know, actually, what I'm saying. It sounded better in my head, not gonna lie. But anyway, this is a weird, wacky Star Trek. Because this episode deals with a foreign alien planet. Kirk's trying to negotiate with them. They're trying to do some sort of violence upon the world. And it's pretty weird. Honestly. Oh, honestly, this is weird. Just like this holodeck space I'm in. You know, this new handy dandy fancy tech. It's called a holodeck. And it's like I'm in Earth. It's like I'm at the Earth right now, but I'm actually not. I'm at this holodeck. It's pretty cool. There's also this beam that's keeping the Enterprise in orbit, and then there's a certain amount of time in which the Enterprise has to save itself from this deathly orbit. But alas, it is saved. And honestly, this episode, it reads to me like another fun cat and mouse chase Star Trek episode. Like, we're fighting against time is the dealio here, and I like this. But honestly, it just kind of feels a little out of the other Star Trek reviews. Don't get me wrong, this is a good episode. This is a good, like, message. I like it. It's just, compared to the other ones, not super spectacular, like, big brain. It's just like, this is nice. I enjoyed watching this. Will this make me think, will I think about this episode ever again, like I do other episodes? Like, let's see, the man cage, that's the pilot. There's the Corbomite maneuver is pretty cool. I think about that on occasion. There's just a cube in space. That's so weird. But this one, I like the episode. Just personally, nothing super significant compared to the other ones really happened. But you know, that's not like, I'm not trying to like damn it. I'm not trying to damn this episode because it just feels more like more or less deep. You know what I mean? Like, you know, this episode in particular, it feels like an episode. It's like, yeah, you just watch it and then you're entertained. It's a nice story and it goes through from the start to the back. But like other Star Trek episodes, I feel like I can just rewatch them on end and get something new each time. And in this one, I could get new things out of a rewatch of this, but I just personally am not a huge fan of the idea of rewatching this episode, although just honestly in comparison to the other Star Trek episodes that I've seen, not to say that this is not good. I'm not saying that. I'm saying this, it is good. Saying is it as good as the other ones? I don't necessarily think so. There is a nice happy ending though. We have the Federation is like, we'll help this planet out though. We'll help this civilization out. We'll help them out. We'll help out these fellows. And I'm like, you know, that's a nice happy ending. I'm actually pretty glad that this is the ending that this took. I was honestly expecting something more violent, but we wouldn't be exploring the stars if we had not cured all of our interpersonal conflicts. So overall, this is a fun episode. Would I rewatch it again? I don't think so. But based on what I told, I thought it was pretty fun. It's a weird episode. I mean, you got people being like all nice and euphoric towards me and towards the characters, and then like more information fishing. I thought that was fun. But like, honestly, my favorite part of the episode has to be the performances of the actors. That is my favorite part. So I gotta give this episode, it's a solid like 7 out of 10. Beam me up.
I'm Mint Salad and I saw Star Trek the original series Space Seed. It is directed by Mark Daniels, written by Corey Wilbur, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts and we're following the USS Enterprise, and they have encountered a ship who has been floating in space for about 200 years, but as soon as we have the USS Enterprise, people go on there. There's like a crew of people that go into this ship. It's like, how did you guys even survive? Like, seriously? Here's a little bit of backstory. These are humans from the 20th century era that are genetically superhuman. Like, they're genetically modified and now they have like superhuman abilities. They're like perfect humans. And it's like, this is a little bit uncanny because humans are not perfect, and so you're telling me there's a perfect human? That's unfortunate. I hope the species doesn't get some sort of god complex going on. But we also got this leader, his name is Khan. He's like, oh yes, I'm the leader. I am the leader. What's interesting about this guy is he seems to be a little bit cunning, like he's trying to take over the USS Enterprise. I'm like, why are you trying to take over this ship? Just, can't you just interface it with the ship like a person who isn't planning on controlling it? Why do you want to control things so badly, Khan? So this guy is like going to this officer who is like really into the idea of 20th century stuff, and this person is like, oh, you know, I am so enthralled by you, I'm going to be looking into you. And he goes to her and is like, oh, hey, do you want to help rule the world? And she's a little bit hesitant. She's like, yeah, sure, I guess, kind of. Not really though, but also, yeah, sure. And he's like, yes, we're going to rule the Enterprise. Not the world, but Enterprise. That's all we need. We don't even need the world. The world sucks. The Enterprise can go all to all the other worlds, actually. And then I just wonder, conquered USS Enterprise, what do you plan on doing afterward? Do you just plan on going to other planets and conquering them? What happens if you conquer those planets? Rinse and repeat cycle? Like, is that what's the plan? What's interesting is that it's successful. He does get control of the Enterprise. And Kirk, being the previous leadership, is brought under torture, and he's here to torture him. And I'm like, this doesn't seem humane. This doesn't really seem like a good leaderly thing to do. His sudden change to be like, you know, I'm actually going to spare you. I'm like, why exactly is that? That doesn't seem very logical. I know you're not Spock or anything, but you feel different, so you're like, I'm gonna, you know, spare him actually. I think it'll be for the best if I spared him. But of course, this ultimately proves to be disastrous for his plans, because he gets knocked out and then yoinked, and I'm like, dude. Come on. Now you gotta like plea with Kirk. Oh, please, let me tell you about the story of how I have a people. Let me tell you about the story. And Kirk's like, hey, how about I will take you to this planet that we're about to go to anyway. Hugh, come on. You're coming with us. And it's like, oh wow, so they got Khan. But the idea of perfect humans is pretty interesting. This human society accepted the idea of eugenics, was like, yeah, we can have perfect genetics. It's really interesting because it's like, maybe in 100 years we're all like pro-eugenics. I'm going to be dead in 100 years. If our children and grandchildren are like pro-eugenics, I wonder what the future would be like. Do you ever wonder that? Khan's punishment is to go to this really deserted planet. And honestly, I think that's a better punishment than taking up resources on another person's
prison planet. You can just take him to this isolated planet and just let him live there for 100 years. See how he handles it. Maybe he'll appreciate life more. Who knows? So overall, this is a really fun episode. This shows off Khan. Khan is cunning, and I like Kirk is in a pickle, but he gets out of the pickle. And I really like about Kirk is that he always finds himself out of pickles, and I like it. Honestly, this is a fun episode. This shows a lot about Kirk character, about Khan character. Overall, it's pretty fun. I'm not gonna lie. I gotta give this episode a solid like 7.8 out of 10. All right. Beep. Beam me up. I'm inside and I saw Star Trek the original series, A Taste of Armageddon. It is directed by Joseph Penvey, written by Robert Hamner, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts with following the USS Enterprise, and they encounter these people who are at war. They've been at war for 500 years, which is strange. How can you be at war for 500 years? We have like the landing party, right? Kirk is down there hanging out with these dudes. These dudes are like, yeah, we're at war. We've been at war for like 500 years, and here's how you can tell. You got these machines, right? They're doing all the calculation for us. And I'm like, what? Do you have machines running your war? Now you're just constantly at war? It doesn't sound like there's any warfare going on. And it's like, oh, we've been hit, you guys. And like, meanwhile, there's like nothing happening in the background for noise. And it's really funny because it's like, what type of war is fought exclusively with just computers? Not to mention, there's this guy down there who can mimic his voice to sound like anyone, and so he tries to have people go down there as Kirk. And luckily, we got good old pal Scotty. He's like, you know, this sounds sus. I'm gonna bring it to a computer. He takes it to a computer. The computer's like, this is totally fake. You shouldn't trust this. And I'm like, I shouldn't trust these people either. They're trying to impersonate Kirk and try to bring down crew members. This seems a little bit dicey, a little bit risky, not gonna lie. I wouldn't do this personally. But these dudes got some bad intentions, and it seems like all they're doing is to stop furthering stirring up this war, which is to say to continue this 500-year war. That's what their solution is. Yeah, it seems like their solution is, it's too much, man. Like, I know how much you're trying to hold back this landing party for the Enterprise, but like, dude, you need to chill. You need to maybe take a look at yourself and be like, I'm not sure if I should be doing this 500-year war. Maybe I should do something drastic. But nobody's ever thought to do that on this frickin' planet site. But Kirk is the only person who's like, what if we just like forced something? How about let's destroy this computer? Let's destroy this computer, and then you guys are either forced to actually use actual war, do actual consequences with this war, or you guys can have some sort of agreement for peace. But you guys gotta make it up, okay? I'm done with this. I'm sick with this war stuff. I'm sick with you guys saying that we're in war and it doesn't sound like we're in war. I'm gonna make it so you guys are actually in war, or you guys are forced to make up. I mean, we got everybody on this planet working against Kirk. Kirk just seems like he's trying to have some sort of peace going on. He's trying to establish some sort of peace. Everybody around him is trying to stop him. They're trying to like, hey, how about, you know, you're going to get execute order 66. And we have Kirk, he's sending all these orders like, hey, check out what's going on the ship. Check out what's going on with other people. We gotta overtake this war. We gotta take over it forcefully. And they take the captain. And I'm like, man, in these situations, they always somehow take the captain, man. I feel bad for the captain. I just want the captain to be doing well. Not going to lie. Ooh, there's a dog over there. Dang it. I don't know if the dog's coming this way. Well, There's no dogs in this episode, which is quite unfortunate. All this episode is really, to like the most basic level, is that we got these two people are fighting via computers. Not fighting, they're in a war. It's escalated to past like anything that could be reasoned with. And we're in full out war, and so they're doing war moves against each other, and anyone who tries to disturb this is going to be taken prisoner, like Kirk is. Kirk's trying to stop the war, and he's like, dude, what are you doing? Why is there a war going on? And I do like the end when he forcefully makes it so they have to like talk to each other. And I do like, he's like, yeah, they could also be scared too. You don't know. So go talk to them. And I'm like, this is a really good message. And then Kirk leaves, and I honestly want to know the fate of what happens to the civilization, these two civilizations that were warring. I want to know what happens. Like, the episode doesn't really show the peace treaty that they're forced to make under Kirk's command, but it's pretty fun. This is a pretty fun episode. I get to see Kirk in like, not physical combat, but like literally having to dealing with forces of another person, and he sticks to his guns. He knows what's right, and he'll do whatever he has to do in order to do the thing that is right. And that's what I like about Kirk a lot. Honestly, Kirk is such a good role model. I like Kirk in this episode, especially because he takes the risks. He risks his own life to stop war between two people that he doesn't even care about. He's only there because of orders. So overall, this is a fun episode. There's nothing super significant about this episode to me other than what I mentioned. But it is a fun episode nonetheless. It shows off Kirk as a person who will do whatever it takes to get the job done. So I gotta give this movie, it's not a movie, I gotta give this episode, it's a solid like 7.4 out of 10. Boop. Beat me up. I'm in Salad and I saw Star Trek the original series, This Side of Paradise. It is directed by Ralph Sinesky, written by DC Fontana and Nathan Butler. And if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts with following the USS Enterprise and going to a specific planet. This specific planet has like these rays that are... they're not the best for humans. I mean, the thing that does, it kind of deteriorates at a human. You can live there for a while, but like, how can anyone live here? And we have these settlers who have been living here for like several years now. And it's like, how did they do it? So we have the USS Enterprise. They're orbiting this planet, and we have a couple people beamed down, including Spock and McCoy. And what's fun is we have Spock is smiling, actually. He meets his girl who he knew. He knew this chick. And then now he's on the planet's surface and he's sprawling around. He's like, oh yeah, amazing, haha, yeah, I'm Spock. Oh yeah, I'm Spock, here I am. And what's fun about him is the fact is that he is insistent on staying on this planet's surface, and he even gets to the point where Kirk is calling him. He's like, yo, what's up, where you is? He's like, I'm not gonna tell you where I am. I'm like, no, Spock, what's wrong with you? You're usually not the type to disobey your captain. That's interesting. So he's disobeying him, and then friggin' McCoy is also weirdly happy, and he's disobeying Kirk. And then what's interesting, we take this plant up, right? There's a plant from the planet, we take up to the Enterprise, and that plant has spores which spreads through the entire ship, and so everyone is affected. And everyone is saying they don't want to do what Kirk wants to do. Well, Kirk is instructing them what to do. They don't want to do what Kirk is instructing them to do. They'd rather just go down to the planet's surface, which is, by the way, dangerous. They have these rays that is still unexplained. Why are these people still alive? And we have all the officers just frolicking. They're just having a good old joyous time. And I'm like, oh, okay. I feel like there's something weird happening here. What's up with this plant? And why? There's something has to be wrong with this plant. I feel like Kirk is the only person not being affected by the plant as at this moment in the episode. Everybody else is like, oh, we're happy, oh yeah. Kirk over here is like, man, I have a mutiny on my hands. Everyone is disrespecting me. How am I going to earn back their respect? Something is weird. Something weird is happening. This doesn't just happen. Just my entire ship disobeys me. No, something weird is happening. And I suspect it's these plants, and as soon as we get a good look at Kirk doing a good captain's log, he's like, man, I lost my ship. And then he gets planted. He gets a bunch of, it's like the plants explode. Whenever you got the plants exploding on you, then they give some sort of nice particle. And Kirk's like, huh, I'm starting to feel it. I understand why everybody's cool. Okay, I'm gonna go down to this planet's surface. Let me pack up. So he packs up, he goes to the transporter room. It seems like he's really basking in how empty everything is. It's fun to see how empty everything is. It's just the captain there, nobody else is there. Even a freaking Ahura, she messed with the communication system so it could only communicate with the planet's surface and no one else. And I'm like, oh my goodness, everybody's sabotaging this ship. It's just so they can all have a happy time on this planet. And it's weird how everybody's having a happy time on this planet. And there's also this guy, right? They first land down. I'm totally doing this out of order. My bad. But they first land down and there's like people there to greet them. And it's like, there shouldn't be anyone here. This planet should be dead. What's up with everything? And then what's interesting is this guy keeps on insisting throughout the rest of the episode, we don't need to beam up. We don't need to beam up to your ship. Even though the captain has orders that he has to bring these dudes on the ship. He has to bring everybody from this planet onto the ship. He says he's got his orders, but everyone's defying his orders. And so he's alone. Okay, let's go back to the transporter room. So he's alone in the transporter room, and it makes me think, oh, he knows how to do everything on the ship. But, you know, there's people who are specifically really good at doing it. So he has those people do it. So he knows how to use a transporter. And then he, like, has some sort of strong emotion. And then he realizes, oh, the strong emotion, that stops the spores. Okay, I have a devious plan. I gotta beam Spock up here. Hey, Spock. Ring, ring, ring. Hey, Spock. Come up here. I just realized that I'll be the only one on the ship. I mean, there will be no other way for anyone to come up on the ship if I'm the person that beams down. Hey, Spock, could you come here and grab something? Spock beams up. He's away from his lady friend. He beams up, and then Kirk is insane, but also makes sense. He just starts insulting Spock, and it takes a while for Spock to be like angry. But there's a moment where Spock just like is in fury. He's like, he could see it in his face, the moment from like, what is going on, to like pure rage. He's like, and then he's incredibly strong. He's stronger than a human. He's able to bend this metal thing that Kirk has, and I'm like, oh boy, he just got him in like a fit of rage. But that's what Kirk wanted. He wanted Spock in a fit of rage so the spores wouldn't affect him. So basically, if you have a strong emotion, the spores will not affect you at all, actually. So that's good news. That's a good thing to know. So I like about this episode, now we have Spock and now we have Kirk are working together. They're like, oh, that's what it is, the spores. The spores for the plants is making us act weird. Plus, the plants are absorbing those rays that are poisonous to humans, that would normally decay the humans. I think they're making this drug that makes people happy whenever they're near the plants. So that's the explanation for what's happening on the planet's surface. And so we got Spock, he's like, oh, no more emotions. And then the chick that he was with requests to beam up. She does. And then they break it off because Spock is like, you know, I'm actually not in love with you right now. I know we loved each other 6 years ago. We were in love with each other or something. We had to rendezvous, but now Spock has responsibilities and Spock is the same old cold, logical being that he is. And I prefer Spock to be that, not gonna lie. So then we have everybody else we gotta deal with. We got Bones. How are we going to deal with Bones? We got Bones on board, and we're getting slowly everybody on board. We figure out the issue with the plants, what's making everybody like want to not work, and we're just figuring out that these dudes can just like survive here. Weird. I do like they have some sort of device that makes it so people just start fighting with each other. All the crew members just start fighting with each other and get rid of the influence of the spores. And now they suddenly want to work and they want to go back to the Enterprise. And so this plan all worked. Doing an arena is really funny. An arena for all of the people of the USS Enterprise, just fighting, brawling each other. I know it's very necessary in this specific instance, but like, that's just a fun idea. I would like to play a game where everybody on the crew is just fighting each other. It's like one big old Mortal Kombat. They all leave, and then Spock, his like final word for the episode is, you know, being on that planet's surface, I was finally happy. For the first time in my life, I'm finally happy. I'm like, oh, nice. And also Kirk is like, you know, I don't think humans are meant for vacation. I feel like humans are the type to get antsy and kind of directionless. If we don't have any occupation of any kind, we kind of just get agitated as a human species. I'm sure you could probably relate. If you're not doing anything, I know for a fact if I'm not doing anything, I go insane. I have to be doing something with my life. So I'm pretty sure you got the same feeling too. As human, it's like a human thing. It's a human condition thing. Human condition. And I like that this episode touches up on it. So overall, I really like the episode. There's like so many sides of people that I see during this episode, including Spock. I didn't see him as a person who could get emotional. I mean, there's other episodes where he does get emotional, but like this one, he's with a lady, and he's on a planet which the spore of the plants there are affecting him. So I like seeing this side of Spock, and I like seeing this side of everybody. And I like seeing the fight between Kirk and Spock. That was pretty entertaining. I didn't think I'd get to see it, but I did get to see it. And nobody is at all going to get injured career-wise or physically. Spock's like, hey, you know, I like assaulted you. And Kirk's like, it's whatever. I did this on purpose so you could get free from the spores. It's okay. You don't have to get any charges. So overall, I really like this episode. This was a fun, solid episode. This is more favorite than the other ones. There's a lot more going on in this episode, and there seems to be a lot more, like, depth to the experience. Like, just a lot of humanity within this episode. It just oozes humanity, and that's what I like about this episode a lot. I gotta give this episode, it's a solid like 8 out of 10. Boop. Beam me up. I'm Inside, and I saw Star Trek, the original series, The Devil in the Dark. It is directed by Joseph Penvey, written by Gene L. Kuhn, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts and we're following the USS Enterprise. They are being called to go to this particular mining colony, and the 50 dudes are dead because of this particular monster. And I find it funny that they immediately assume that this monster is doing them harm for no reason. This mining colony, they're like, oh, this monster is killing us for no reason. We gotta kill it back. We gotta attack back. Immediately, I'm like, okay, I'm down with your narrative. But as I watch this episode more and more, my thoughts start to change on that. It starts from, yeah, let's just follow your narrative of they're violent, or they're not violent and the humans are actually doing something. So there's two ways that I was thinking it could go. This episode, I was like, okay, I'm down. What's going on? Well, we got a creature, and this creature is silicone based. So what is silicone? I don't know. What is silicone? Is silicone cool? Like, is silicone... What are the properties of silicone? I don't know anything about silicone. Please leave all of your silicone knowledge in the comments below. I need to know all the facts about silicone because we got this fella, he's made of silicone, and he's walking around, he looks like a hunk of mess, he looks like a hot mess, and it's insane. Whew, I did not expect this monster to look like this. Before the reveal of the monster, I really like the build-up. Spock. Spock is figuring out some information about this dude. He's figuring out whatever these weird pods are all over the place. You know, it's kind of interesting. Silicone pods. Maybe it's their babies of some sort. And on top of this, we have very angry people who are super closed-minded. They're not at all trying to get information about this monster. They're just concerned about killing the monster. So while we have the USS Enterprise crew, you got the crew here. We got Kirk and Spock, a few others. They're here. They're having a chill time. You got them trying to figure out information about the monster, and then we have some angry villagers. And it's like tensions keep building up as this episode continues. More information is learned about the monster. The more information that is learned about the monster, some of the villagers are like, miners. Some of the miners are like, let's murder him. More evidence against him. Oh, that's weird. He's weird. We don't like weird people. No, none of that whatsoever. So it's fascinating. Honestly, I just like seeing the social dynamic between people trying to understand and people who are not trying to understand and just trying to do a murder, death, kill. But of course, I really like Spock's power. His power is used pretty well in this. He's got the mind melding thing, and so he can feel the emotions of this dude, of this monster. And I really like the monster that has feelings. This monster, according to Spock, he's like saying what the monster is saying to him through like mind meld. It's like, oh, I can speak in your language so you can understand me kind of thing going on. So Spock is speaking what the monster is feeling, and it's in a lot of pain. It's highly intelligent. These miners are destroying her eggs, and they only lay every few thousand years, or hatch a few thousand years, and so this is dangerous. The fact that the miners just keep destroying her eggs. That's what the silicon things are, her eggs. And then it's like, oh wow, maybe the humans aren't in the right. I like this episode is about exploring that humanity, the initial thoughts of like a group of people is not the right thought. Of course, we have a few stray people, or aka a few outsiders, versus the main group dealing with an issue. We have the USS Enterprise people, Kirk and Spock and all the cool other fellows. They're here solving problems that from a different perspective. And I appreciate their different perspective because their different perspective allows a new solution to be proposed and explored, and therefore is able to work successfully, because I don't think any of the miners would have thought to try to figure out what's going on. But at the same time, look, Spock has his mind powers. I forget what it's called. Please let me know what it's called. First of all, I should take a moment. I appreciate all of the knowledge in the comments, because as somebody who's like new to this, who does want to know all of the things, all of the knowledge, and I want to be correct about it. I do want to know, like, what are those techniques called? Like, he can put his fingers on your neck and then you can just pass out. What is that called? You know, like ancient Vulcan techniques or something. But anyway, I do appreciate all the comments that you've been leaving, because it helps me get big brain. My knowledge is bigger. And it also helps anyone else who doesn't know this, all the facts and knowledge that you might know. So leave more comments below, greatly appreciate them. But also, we got Spock is feeling the emotions of this dying monster, or this monster. It's incredibly intelligent, dude. It has babies, and it's sharing its feelings with Spock, and Spock is literally crying, and I'm like, wow. And then this monster is literally dying. And it looks like Spock is dying with this, what is it called? Cronenberg monster? That's what it's going to be. I'm calling it that now. The Cronenberg monster. It's dying and sees Spock dying with it and takes Kirk to, like, get him out of it. It's like, hey, Spock, hey. He's like, oh, thank goodness. Okay. And then they just go back up to the miners as they like burst in. It's like, dude, you were destroying their eggs. Actually, they were able to negotiate a peace treaty. Actually, he thought she was dying. No, she's just passed out. No, they're able to negotiate that if the miners are able to leave their eggs alone, then they'll eat the tunnels, eat dirt. They go through dirt like it is essentially air, so they'll have tunnels, and then the miners can extract minerals from those tunnels. Have a deal, let's have a fair deal, and we all make peace in the end, and then the end is just that they're made peace, and I really like that resolution. So, what this episode taught me is that the perspective could often be wrong from, like, your perspective about somebody could be wrong from the reality of somebody. Like this Cronenberg monster is being labeled as a murderer and is being framed in a negative light, so it is easier for a human to be able to kill this thing, but it is a highly intelligent being who is only protecting itself and its offspring. So it's all about how you look at it, how you look at a situation to determine who it is the right person in any given situation. I do think both justifications justify injuring the other person instead of talking to the person, having a little bit of a chat. They're not really prioritizing having a chat with each other. They're mostly prioritizing battling with each other, which is fun. I like seeing the battles, but I hope they're able to meet some sort of peace. This is a fun episode. I like the being underground kind of dealio. It was kind of darker episode. I like that the episode was a little bit darker than other episodes, I guess. I don't know. I like this episode. I like the acting. Is there anything in particular? I mean, the ending when it was revealed that the monster was a person with feelings but isn't a person but is intelligent is what I mean to say. They're an intelligent person. They're an intelligent, but they're not a person. They're an alien. I keep using the word person, but they're not a person. They're intelligent. Then it gives me be like, oh, okay, I feel a little worse for hating on them. So I gotta give this episode, it's a solid like 7.6 out of 10. Boop. Beam me up. I'm inside and I saw Star Trek the original series Errand of Mercy. It is directed by John Newland, written by Gene L. Kuhn, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts and we're following a time and we have the Klingons and the United Federation of Planets, and it looks like peace negotiations not doing so good. It looks like they're not doing some good peace going on. And so immediately, while watching this episode, my thought process is, okay, can the Klingons and the humans, can they be at peace at all during this episode? So that's what I'm watching this episode for. I'm interested to see if they resolve, how they resolve. Is it just going to be like the Romulans, where the Romulans just kind of self-destruct out of not wanting to be captured by the USS Enterprise after they destroy them? Is this what's going to happen? Are we going to have another Romulans? And also, I've heard before even embarking on this journey to be watching all the Star Treks, I've heard Klingon in culture.
the Big Bang Theory, what a normie thing for me to say, but the Big Bang Theory, obviously there's a lot of Star Trek references within that, and Sheldon's like, oh, I know all the languages of the Klingon. I'm like, huh, I didn't hear the Klingon using their different languages within this episode. That might be established later on. I'm not sure. This is my first watch through. Let me know what you think of the Klingons in the comments below. There's this planet next to the Klingon border. Its name is Organia, and it's just chilling there. It's not federated. It's not Klingon. However, it seems like the Klingon are wanting to take over this planet, and so the USS Enterprise is sent there to protect them and to persuade them into any self-defense whatsoever. We have the USS Enterprise. They go down there, they reach down to the planet's surface, and guess what they see? They see a bunch of people nice and happy and free, but the technology, it's like they're in the medieval times. And I'm like, okay, my brain's exploding watching this realization that I don't think these guys have a chance with the Klingons. They don't even have like crossbows or anything. They are so against violence. They don't have any weapons of any kind. And so of course the USS Enterprise, you know, they're assigned here. We have Kirk and Spock beam down here. They beam down to the planet's surface, and we have the USS Enterprise is currently in orbit, but then a bunch of Klingons start attacking it, and so Spock and Kirk are stuck on the planet's surface because I love this about Kirk. I love how Kirk's like, hey, get the ship out of this orbit, you guys go away. And Sulu's over here like, oh, I'm a little bit hesitant, Captain, but we're going to be leaving you on the surface. And also Spock, yeah, come on, just leave, go. Like, I get it, Sulu. I get your hesitancy because you don't want to leave without the captain, but it's also captain's orders to leave. He wants you to leave for your own protection and for the protection of everybody else on the ship. And that is what I really like about Kirk. I like how he's willing to be in the middle of the battle. It's not even a battle. There's no battling happening right now. Feud. I think a feud's a proper term for this. So he's in the middle of the feud. And what's fun about this, there's just so many times of him trying to convince these people to take a stand against the Klingon. We have this Klingon. He's like, oh, Spock, I don't trust you at all. I think you're a spy. And I'm like, at what point did the Vulcans do anything done dirty to you? What reason do you have to not trust a Vulcan? They're 110% logic unless they have a tiny bit of human blood, and then they're 100% logic. But like, at what point are you not going to trust a Vulcan? Like, I don't understand. I would trust a Vulcan. Why don't the Romulans trust the Vulcans? This episode doesn't go into that much detail onto why these Klingons don't necessarily trust the Vulcan, especially Spock. Spock, as a result of just being a Vulcan, he has to have some sort of mind device trying to sweep his mind, trying to find out any information on him being a spy of some kind. Even if Spock was a spy, I don't think that machine would work because of how well Spock is able to control his mind. He has insanely good mind skills. How do you get that? How do you have so well of a control of your mind that when you have somebody scanning your brain, it doesn't come up as you being a spy? I don't think Spock's a spy, so I'm not sure why he had to implement this trick. Maybe he didn't want to give any information to the Klingon. After all, the Klingon are pretty hostile. Of course, the Klingon come onto the planet, and they take it over really easily. There's no hesitation whatsoever. They're just like, yeah, you can just have our place. Yeah,
have at it. Actually, there's some food over there. How will you eat the food? They didn't actually mention the food in the episode. I just thought it would be fun to add. But easy peasy lemon squeezy to take over these people. How could they just let their planet be given up like that? I'm sitting here like, what are you guys doing? Do you guys have some sort of, is it called a MacGuffin? Some sort of cat in the bag that you haven't let out yet? Some sort of trick hidden up your sleeve? You got any of that going on? Because I don't see any indication that you got that going on. I am scared for you guys. I'm scared. I'm scared what the Klingons are gonna do to you. Plus, more importantly though, Kirk and Spock. Those are the two that I like the most. Kirk is desperate. He's so desperate, and he's like, okay, I'm going to try to do anything that I can in my power to have some sort of uprising occur. Of course, the Klingon get upset. This doesn't do anything to the Organia. I was just pronouncing their name earlier. Hold on. Organsias? How did I pronounce it earlier? How was I able to pronounce it earlier, not now? Organias. These Organias. They're not doing anything to defend themselves. Kirk and Spock get in trouble. But before they can get in trouble, they're just released. That's weird. Why were they just released? The Klingons like them? Doubt it. They suspected Spock was a spy. And since Kirk is Spock's friend, I can assume that they don't really necessarily trust Kirk either, so they're released. And seeing them released made me confused. I was like, wait, why are they here? Were the Klingons? Maybe there's something fishy that I don't know what's going on. I'm not sure. I'm just confused at this point, honestly. Also, there is an order to murder a bunch of the Organsians, that's how it's pronounced. Organians. Execute Order 666 upon 200 of them. But like, no one does anything. And I'm like, wait, I thought you wanted to murder these people. Like, you wanted to be able to control them, but with control, if anybody who doesn't bend to your control is just going to get snapped in half and then just discarded and died and dead. So the fact that like none of the council are like getting up out of the seats to be like, oh, let's murder a bunch of people, and I'm like, you know, something is really weird is happening here. Jeez. And also seems like the Federation and the Klingon, there's a lot of tension building up to the Federation and the Klingon, because both sides, I like the perspective shown on both sides, but I really like the tension built between both sides, the Federation and the Klingon. They both have their different reasons for doing some things, but more importantly to me, I'm interested in the battle. I want to see a big old battle. Give me a battle. And it seems like there's going to be a huge, big battle. We even have freaking Kirk and Spock are like, we have to get all these people to be like wanting to care at all about their planet. Why are these people not doing it? Let's go break into the headquarters. And maybe this will hopefully cause people to be like, yeah, let's stand up against the Klingons. But I'm just thinking, they're screwed. Kirk, Spock, they're screwed at this point. They have shown no resistance, no weapons of any kind. I'm not sure how they could even fight with the Klingon. I mean, the Klingon have ships and such, like... We even get to the point where we have Kirk and Spock even got the leader. And now, the thing that was feeling a little bit fishy throughout the rest of the episode, I was like, what's going on here? Why are they just randomly just like able to leave instead of being captured by the Klingons. They're just able to leave, but they stick around because they're trying to get these Organtians to do anything. These Organtians, you wanna know what's really fun about them? They're not made of matter. So why do they look like humans? Can they change their matter at will? This episode doesn't really explain that. That's just what I got a question of from these guys. They look like humans, but they're not made of matter. And they're incredibly hyper intelligent. They have skills and such. And they've been, I'd say, nerfing both sides of this conflict the entire time, the entire episode, and their only goal was peace. And they're like, yeah, let's make some peace, Klingons. Klingon and humans, please make peace. If you're not going to make peace, then I'm going to force you. But I'm also going to act really helpless, and I'm going to make sure you want to make me feel like I am being helpless, and that only Kirk can be the one who can start an uprising to go against the Klingons. I really do think that. So this is a fun one. It's weird. It is weird. I wasn't expecting it. I was honestly expecting a full-on battle. We have the Klingons and we got the Federation, and they hate each other. They really hate each other. It's just gonna battle. That's what I was expecting the entire time, but it didn't happen. And at the end, when it wasn't happening, and instead they were like, hey, being told you guys should work in the future together. You guys will totally work in the future, just not now, but you guys will work together, and I'm forcing it. You guys should make peace agreements now. That's pretty much the end of the episode. Overall, I like the tension being built throughout this episode. It's a pretty fun one. I like the Klingons. This is the first appearance of the Klingons. If you didn't know that, then now you know. Oh man, I want to know more about the Klingons. I like their eyebrows and their ears. They got some really gnarly eyebrows going on. Wow. Okay. I like this episode. I like the acting with it. As with all Star Treks, it seems like they're all giving their maximum effort, which I appreciate a lot. I feel like I don't need to mention when they are doing their maximum effort, but yet again, applause. Good job, William Shatner. The good job that you did now led you to be 93 on Twitter and posting about it on Twitter and people retweeting it because you're popular still because you're Kirk and you did such a good job. I saw that he posted that he was 93 years old on Twitter the other day, and I was like, huh, he's still alive. Huh. Interesting. I wonder how long he'll live. But that's not here, not there, not anywhere, actually. So this episode, I think this episode just gets a solid 7.9 out of 10. Boop. Beat me up. I'm Salad, and I saw Star Trek, the original series, The Alternative Factor. It is directed by Gerd Oswald, written by Dawn and Gals, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts and we're following the USS Enterprise, doing the USS Enterprise things, and then suddenly this surge of energy, I'm not exactly sure how to call it, but visually it's an overlay with half opacity of space, and as this happens, then the ship goes all rocky and they're impacted by it. It's what's going on? What happened here? And also there's this planet, right, they're hovering over. Before this incident occurred, nothing, no life forms identified whatsoever. After this incident occurred, there is a life form down there. And I like the discussion of this because, first of all, what is down there? What is happening? What is causing this space overlay to occur and then all the ship to be all wacky? Ooh, what is happening here? So this is a great opening to this episode because I am so confused and I'm like, How is this episode going to explain what's happening? We got somebody who wasn't there, is now there. Ah, God. So the USS Enterprise is just above this planet, and also the Federation's like, well, everybody in this quadrant, everybody in every quadrant, to be exact, it felt this. And I'm like, okay, so this is not just a localized thing. Everyone everywhere felt this thing. That is weird. What is happening? What has this amount of power to make everything shake across the universe? So we're dealing with something that's high power levels. Immediately I'm scared because I'm like, oh boy, it's going to be some really large, insane monster. That's my prediction. So we have Kirk and we have Spock, and I like how they're talking to each other, trying to figure out what's going on here. Kirk beams down to the planet. He meets a guy. This guy's name is Lazarus. He has a ship. And he's like, I need the crystals. I need all of the dilithium crystals. The USS Enterprise also needs these crystals, and so Kirk's like, no, I'm not gonna give you these crystals, dude. And this Lazarus guy, he goes in and out from being insane to being perfectly calm and reasonable, and all the things that he's saying is really sus. He keeps lying. The thing that he says doesn't make any sense. He keeps referring to whatever as the thing. Oh, the thing's going to win. The thing's going to win. I need those crystals in order to fight the thing. This guy is going through something that I'm like, this is definitely only he is perceiving what's happening to him. So either this guy is in fact insane and an insane liar, or maybe he's going through something that he can't tell anyone else, and so therefore is unable to explain properly without people being like, you're lying, dude, you're lying. So, you know, saucy behavior. We have a madman who keeps lying to Kirk. He's trying to steal his dilithium crystals, which are needed for the USS Enterprise because that incident, the overlay space shaking incident, you know, that incident at the very beginning, it caused all the dilithium crystals to go out, so you have to get new ones. And also, this guy is really interested in getting these crystals. We have him just keep talking about, oh, we need to go to those crystals, we need to fight the monster monster's gonna get us all, the monster. And I'm like, what are you referring to? None of your story makes straight. I'm frustrated, Kirk's frustrated, everyone's frustrated except for Spock. He has logic on his side, so he's not able to be as frustrated as everybody else is at this guy. We have even Bones. He's upset. He's like, this guy keeps lying. So, you know, he's reported to sick bay. He's in sick bay. But then, what's fun is the fact that he leaves sick bay. He's just walking around the ship, just like normal. No one's looking at him. But he's in the, what is it called when you have like a space for employees to hang out at when they're not working, like a break room, I think. He's in the break room. He finds his way to the break room with the most amount of people, and I'm like, if I was his position, I would not be hanging out in the break room. I'm not wearing the same clothes as everyone is, so like, I'm thinking that you're gonna get caught, dude. Like, holy, wow. I'm just astonished by his decision to go to the break room. But then, you know, he's like wandering around the place. He's wandering, oh, I'm gonna go to the engineering. Or, you know, the engineering place where they have those dilithium crystals. Of course, Kirk kept them. And this Lazarus guy is like, I need those crystals to fight the guy. I'm gonna fight the guy. I'm gonna fight the thing. And still have no idea what the thing is. Oh my goodness. This guy can't explain himself at all. This episode is also really trippy because there is a lot of moments of the space overlay thing shaking and is causing Lazarus a lot of pain. Lazarus. It's causing Lazarus a lot of pain whenever he encounters, I'm gonna call them episodes, whenever he encounters these episodes, he's in pain, he's struggling, the camera goes all warpy, and then some blue overlay. I don't know how they filmed this, okay? So this thing is spinning, the camera is spinning, and there's like these two dudes who are fighting, but it's light blue. They're light blue, and the outlines of their body is like a regular blue. So it's some sort of negative filter. I don't know how they did it. How did they film this? I didn't look it up. If you know, let me know in the comments below. I am so intrigued. When I saw this, I was like, wait, this is Star Trek? This is the trippiest thing I've ever seen. What is going on here? And Lazarus has a lot of these episodes occur. Obviously, he keeps talking about an enemy so much that we gotta go down to the planet to see it, and so Kirk goes down to the planet and sees this ship, and it's like, where is this enemy? And also, there's like a blip of radiation that the Enterprise keeps seeing from space onto the planet. They see it like a little bit of a blip of a radiation. So they go down there and it's like gone. And it's like, what is happening here? And this guy is clearly insane. There's no enemy here. We don't see an enemy here. And it looks like he's fallen. And well, he fell. He saved the captain's life, which was nice because he's like, Captain, look out! And there's a rock. Almost hits the captain, but luckily he's saved. And then Lazarus just falls, so he has to go back to sickbay, and then once he's back in sickbay and starts wandering again, here is something insane. Before, he was just kind of being a madman, just kind of being insane, but he wasn't doing a bunch of harm. Now, what he's doing now here, though, however, I got an issue with. So he's just walking around. He goes to this compartment, and there's like some circuitry, and he moves some like bits and pieces around, and then causes a fire. And then there's electrical fire, and there's oh god, there's a huge fire. There's a lot of smoke. This could have affected the ship at any point. Lazarus doesn't care. But he goes within all the commotion, everybody's like leaving the place, leaving the room, has all the smoke. Lazarus goes in, steals a crystal, and then transports himself down. And it makes me curious, like, does everybody just have training on how to use a transporter? Like, why does everyone know to use a transporter? We have, obviously, I believe that Kirk knows how to use a transporter because he's a captain. He has to be trained in every aspect of the ship to even be able to run it. So I understand he knows how to use transporters, so he goes after Lazarus. But Lazarus, what type of training does he have? Is it intuition? There's no labels on that. This is after Lazarus is like, okay, I knew you weren't gonna believe the truth, but I'm a time traveler. It's like, what? Okay. But also, during that conversation, I could believe that Kirk could kind of believe that because he's also traveled through time. But this explanation is a little weird. But I do like Kirk is following Lazarus. He goes to his ship, follows him to the ship, and Lazarus is freaking out. I was like, no. And like Kirk's about to like get at him, like, you stole the crystals, dude. And then he gets blipped, and then he goes into that blue zone that Lazarus was fighting with another guy. Right, he's in the blue zone, and then he gets transported to another world, and wow, Lazarus is there, but he's got an entirely different demeanor. So what is this world? I do like how Kirk and Spock were trying to think about how any of this could be possible, and the explanation that they came up with is that they are dealing with matter and antimatter. There are two universes. There's like a doorway through, there's a corridor in between the two, and I remember this explanation pretty well because I had to look up what a corridor was. I would just call it a hallway, but a corridor is literally specifically, there's like two sides, it's a hallway, yes, and then there's doors. And I like the explanation that if you were to open any of the doors, it's like explosives protecting the doors. There's explosives on the doors. And if you have antimatter and matter collide, then they are going to explode the universe and everything's going to die. And what Lazarus is doing, the insane Lazarus versus sane Lazarus, insane Lazarus is the matter, and he's convinced that the antimatter version of him is trying to destroy him. And as people have just now learned about the two parallel universes, and now that his counterpart has identified the antimatter side of him, he wants to go in and fight the antimatter version of him, which would just destroy the entire universe. So antimatter Lazarus's plan is to take Matter Lazarus, and just keep him in that corridor forever, just so the universe can live. And so Kirk's like, okay, I'm on board with that plan. Okay, cool. And so then Kirk gets brought back to Matterland, antimatterland. I'm just gonna call it Matterland. He gets put back to Matterland, and then takes Lazarus, holds him down, just long enough for the antimatter Lazarus to take him, so he can go in between universes, and they can have an infinity duel with each other for infinity. And I was like, oh geez, that's insane. That's an insane sacrifice. So you'd rather have the universe survive than for you to not have to deal with being in between universes forever. I'm just like, this is such a big brain concept for me to even try to grasp, but it took me several times to rewind, to re-listen to their explanations. But overall, I like the resolution of this. Both Lazaruses are in the corridor in between two universes, and then Kirk and Spock are talking on the ship, and I like their conversation. Kirk's like, man, I wonder what they're feeling like. They're just they're here in the corridor forever, not in the universes that they belong to. And Spock is like, yeah, but universes is saved. And Kirk's like, I wonder what Lazarus feels. And that's the end of the episode. So I love this episode. Oh boy, it's pretty complex. I learned a few things. It took me a while to conceptualize what's happening, what concepts they're talking about within this episode. But once I learned it, once I figured it out, once I caught up, then I was like, I'm so down. I am so down. Do you think a parallel universe with the antimatter verse exists, where we have antimatter and then we have a matter universe and they're parallel universes, and then there's a corridor in the middle between the two, preventing them from touching each other? Do you believe in that? Let me know in the comments below. I like this episode a lot. There's a lot of complexity. Oh boy. The music is always great in Star Trek. The reason why I don't bring it up more, it's always great. It's always complimentary. I really like the setting that they have here. I like the planet that they're on. I like the setting. It's just great. I really like this episode. I like the characters. I like that there's like literally two versions of Lazarus. So I gotta give this episode, it's like a solid 8.7 out of 10. Boop. Beam me up. I'm in Salad, and I saw Star Trek, the original series, The City on the Edge of Forever. It is directed by Joseph Penby, written by Harlan Ellison, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. This episode starts and we're following the USS Enterprise. They're having trouble navigating through some time waves, as it's explained in this episode. We have Sulu. He's having a hard time trying to navigate, and a big explosion of the council. And what's fun is that he just goes to the side, and we have Dr. McCoy. Hey, Dr. McCoy, fix Sulu. And that's nice because he has this cortisine. It's a specific type of chemical that makes it so you go up if you're unconscious. It makes you go awake if you're unconscious. And that's what Sulu is given by Dr. McCoy. It's just supposed to jumpstart the heart or whatever. But then another tumble. And looks like Dr. McCoy got a lot. I mean, all of the entire vial of cortisine in his system. And he's just going maniac like a madman. And I'm like, oh boy, I hope he doesn't die. I mean, I wonder what this does to him. I wonder what type of effect this will have on his bloodstream. And you get an immediate look of how this chemical affects Dr. McCoy. He's got like hives breaking out all over his body and a lot of like red patches. And he's acting insane. He's like, ah! And it takes a lot of people to try to contain him into the sick bay. But of course, he's able to sneak around because he's like, I want to escape! I want to escape! And that's a side effect of the cortisine, is wanting to escape. And the transporter, it's set to like the middle of this time distortion. And Dr. McCoy's like, I'm gonna run! I'm gonna run. He knows how to use the transporter. He runs, and then he goes to the planet, and it's like, oh boy, this is crazy. What are you doing, McCoy? I do like McCoy as the vehicle for the plot to move forward, because we got rational Kirk, rational Spock, rational rest of the crew of the USS Enterprise, and then we have Madman McCoy. And everyone's just trying to get McCoy. You know, everyone loves McCoy. I love McCoy. I want him to be safe. I want him to be happy. And most importantly, I want the Kirk, Spock, the rest of the USS Enterprise to get McCoy. What's fun about this is that they have to go beam down to where McCoy even landed at. And when they land on this planet, I love this. We have this circle. It's like a stone circle. It's lovely. Kirk asks a question, and it answers. And it's like, what is this device? What are you? First of all, it's literally 1,000,000 years old. Literally 1,000,000 years old. They say like 10,000 centuries. And I'm like, whoo. This is before human civilization. This is fun. So we have this ring. I'm going to call it a ring. I don't know what to call it. It's a ring, but this ring is sentient. It is the guardian of forever. It'll be able to take anyone to any time, anywhere. You know, it's fun. I like this. And we have Kirk and Spock are just asking it simple questions, you know, nice, simple questions. Spock brings up his tricorder to record what's going on. He's like, oh, this will be useful, you know. And then freaking McCoy, they were looking for McCoy the entire time on this planet's surface, and he's just sneaking around, evading capture, and then he just runs through the portal, and I'm like, dude, what are you doing? And of course, they have to go find him. They're like, okay, well, what did McCoy do? Where did he land? Obviously, he's changed some history, because now this Guardian of Forever is saying that the USS Enterprise, the United States of Federation, all of this stuff is now gone because of what McCoy did in the past. And it's like, I wonder what McCoy did to change the past so drastically. One man can have such an impact on the future. And I really like this episode because it really hones down that message. It really beats the message into the ground. Like, yeah, you have the power to change the future just like Dr. McCoy does. I like the rules that the Guardian of Forever has to play by. He can't go any faster throughout time. He can't go back in time. He just has to restart the sequence of from the beginning of time to the end of time. And we have to get an exact time period in order to intercept McCoy and make sure he doesn't change the future. So of course we have Spock and Kirk go first. we have a team of 6 total on this planet, including Spock and Kirk. And I like the instructions that Kirk gives to the other people. If we're not successful, then it's your time. It's your attempt next, actually. It's your turn. I'm rooting for Spock and Kirk. I really want them to be successful. I do like seeing how much stress they are under trying to understand, predict where McCoy is going to land in the future. So they've landed like maybe a couple of weeks before McCoy appears. I do like this. So they are weird. They're in the 1930s now. They get transferred to the 1930s and they're obviously wearing clothes that are so out of place. They're wearing like the most saturated colors in the least saturated setting. And so people are looking at them like, what's going on here? And of course, you have the big brain of Kirk. He's like, I'm gonna steal those clothes. I like Spock. I like Spock so much. He's like, what are you doing, sir? You're committing a crime? And Kirk's like, yes, it is necessary. And I like the difference between Kirk and Spock whenever they confront an issue. Obviously, Spock is very logical, and so the logical thing would not be stealing those clothing. But Kirk, he's the type of person who has to take control of the situation and will do whatever is necessary in order to survive the situation and also for the good of his ship. And so he does what is necessary, and what is necessary is he has to steal these clothes in order to blend in. So they go into this basement and they're changing in this basement, and there's this chick who's here. She's like, oh, hi. I'm the owner of a soup kitchen. What are you doing here? I like Kirk. He's so honest. Yeah, we stole these clothes. The police are after us because we stole these clothes and we have no money. And so she's like, yeah, well, I'll pay you to clean the basement and then I'll get you some food. Come upstairs, you know? And then they do their job and it's a soup kitchen. I'm like, ah, this is beautiful. I love this lady. She's the head of the soup kitchen. I'm like, whew, this is a generous woman. Like, this is the lady I would want to discover me from the past. If I was in the past from the future, I went from the future into the past. This is the lady that I would want to encounter. And so this is some seriously good luck. Meanwhile, we have Kirk and Spock are trying to get into the tricorder to see what time period that McCoy's at, and also what happened after McCoy comes. You know what's fun? I like how McCoy changes history. He makes this chick not get hit by a car, and so causes a peace movement in the United States, which delays its entrance into World War II, which causes Germany to have an atomic bomb and destroy everything. Just one little thing causes big event, and I love it. Spock is pretty much just using what he calls bear skins and stone knives to get into the tricorder knowledge of the future. It takes him a while. It takes a lot of electricity fires, but he gets his knowledge, and I really like that because it does show the struggle. This episode shows the struggle that Spock and Kirk are going through. Spock is having a technical struggle, and Kirk is having a romantic struggle. Kirk is falling in love with this lady. They're hanging out, they're having strolls, they're getting to know each other very well, and Kirk is such a charmer. He's big charm energy. He's charming this lady. They're kissing. It looks beautiful, and Kirk's like, I'm in love with this lady. Kirk is being told that she has to be hit by a car or a truck or whatever, and he's like, man, this feels bad because I would want to save her from being hit by a vehicle and dying. But this is for the good of humanity, for the future, the good of my crew, making sure they all exist. So I like Kirk's sacrifice here. He's like, I am content to making sure that she gets hit by a car, even though it makes me feel really bad. And then, what's fun, they're walking, and then, oh, McCoy's across the street. He just appears out of nowhere. Oh, McCoy's there. And obviously, we have Kirk and Spock. Don't notice that McCoy is in the time period that they are. They're distracted. They're trying to find McCoy. But McCoy is here. And this chick is like, oh, well, I'll take you to a place where you can lay down and rest. And after he lays down and rests, he's like all fine. He's not at all infected with the Cordrazine that he injected himself. So he's all nice and sober and all that jazz. He's all good. And then he walks out of the place and he's like, just, Dr. McCoy. And we have this chick plus Spock and Kirk are walking. They see McCoy. Spock and Kirk run across the road. I'm like, jaywalking, that's a crime, don't you know? But who cares? But more importantly, though, they meet up with McCoy, and then this chick is trying to follow them, is about to get hit by a truck. Kirk has to stop McCoy from saving her, and then she just dies. And I'm like, aw, man, this is so sad, but also good for the universe, good for specifically the Federation, for its existence, which I like. And I like McCoy's like, what did you do? Do you know what you did? Jim, what do you know what you did? And Spock's like, yeah, he know what he did. I'm like, oh man, this is great. And so they've restored time to its natural order, and then they go back through the Guardian of Forever, and then, oh, you did it. You changed time back to where it was before McCoy went into the portal and ruined everything. But everything is now handy-dandy, hunky-dory, and now we can go back to the Enterprise and get the heck out of there. And that's pretty much the end of the episode. I like this episode a lot. It explores a lot of concepts within this episode. There's time travel, there's ladies, romantic interests, there's 1930s, there's men out of time, out of place, and people looking at them. I really like that about this episode. Overall, this is a very fun episode to watch, and now I think differently about that Guardian of Forever. I thought he was just like not talking at all. He only answers questions that are asked of him. And unlike that Kirk's the person asks him questions, and then he's like, oh, finally, someone asked me a question. Finally, yes, I'll answer your questions. You just have to ask me all the questions. And so I really like this episode a lot. I think I gotta give this episode, it is a great episode. This episode gets an 8.9 out of 10. Boop. Beat me up. I'm Salad, and I saw Star Trek the original series Operation Annihilate. It is directed by Herschel Daughtery, written by Stephen W. Karbatzos, and if you haven't seen this episode, I will spoil it for you. I can't get into the USS Minterprise right now because my key fob is broken and modern cars suck. You know those keys, normal keys? You can't use them on a modern car. You have to have one of those push buttons to start. Doesn't work if you don't have the key fob. This episode starts with following the USS Enterprise, and they're looking at a bunch of planets, a bunch of galaxies, and what's all in common with these planets? All of these planets are succumbing to mass insanity. What's interesting, don't know what the cause of this is at all. We just have this one ship who is flying into the sun, and the USS Enterprise is trying to figure out what is going on with this guy. Why is he flying into the sun? Why is he doing this? And I do like the little bit of detail showing that they can hear what this guy is saying. They got the communications open. What's fun is that this guy is like, finally I'm free! Before he like burns up to the sun, burns up right into the sun, and the USS Enterprise is almost burnt up. Whew, wow, their ship can maintain a lot of temperature. Oh boy, too warm for me. I don't like hot temperatures, super hot temperatures. I don't like cold temperatures. I guess I prefer hot temperatures, so maybe this instance I would like it more than just being on an ice planet, but that's just me. But there is no ice planet in this episode. It is specifically dealing with a bunch of these planets are being mass insanitied, It's the best way I can describe it. And also, we have Kirk, his family's being affected. We have his brother and his wife and kids are on one of these planets that is being mass insaned. And it's like, what could the cause of this be? It just is slowly, this mass insanity is spreading to other galaxies. And it's about to hit this one galaxy. And it's like, we need to stop it. We need to stop this mass insanity. So, how are we going to do it? Well, let's go down to this planet's surface, alright? Because obviously, there's some reason there's people here that are being mass insanitied. There must be some reason that these people are being mass insanitied. There might be something that's causing it. So that's the logical step to that. And I'm like, I'm curious as to what they're going to find. It's even more of a mystery to discover because these people who are insane, now mass insaned because of some reason, these people, even while unconscious, they're still dealing with a bunch of stress in their, I'm going to say it's like a dream state if they're unconscious. They're dealing with a lot of violence in their thoughts, and that's not good because stress, so much stress, dealing with so much stress, and then they die, and it's like, oh, I didn't know you could die from going insane and then having to be super stressed out to the point where your body can't take the stress anymore and just ends up just dying. So we're dealing with this. And so what is the solution? Well, there has to be something going on. Weird. Let's have a group of people go down after like this meeting of what we're going to do. What are we going to decide? What are we going to do? Well, let's go down. And there's like these weird, they look like pancakes, but with bulbous bodies, and they look kind of gross and disgusting. But you know what they are? They're a single cell organism. One single cell is like 3 feet or like 2.5 feet wide. What? How could a cell be this big? I'm looking at this cell and I'm like, this cell is too big. How do you get this big and be a cell and not have other functions needed? Like, why aren't you a multi-celled organism? I don't quite get it. I don't know these guys, but these little, I'm gonna call them pancake boys because they're flat and they look disgusting. And I don't like pancakes, so I think that's a good equivalency. So we have these pancake boys. They're just sitting on the ceiling. They're just chilling there, but if you try to phaser them, then they'll just like fly around. It's terrifying. I'm like, now I can see why all these people got mass insanity, because if this is the cause of it, and it is because Spock gets it in the spinal cord, he has to be taken up to the USS Enterprise, and then he has to be in sick bay, and he tries to take over the ship. Oh boy, this is insanity. They're taking over the ship. But luckily they got Spock, because Spock is not like a human, where emotions control humans heavily. We got this Vulcan blood. He's got nice Vulcan blood, and so he's able to deal with stuff logically. And his logic is that pain is of the mind, which it is. Pain is of the mind, so he's able to control the pain. And so he's like, all right, I gotta go back down there. I gotta collect one of these specimens. We gotta have it under observation. We gotta find out what makes it tick. And I do like the initial hesitancy of letting Spock go down there, because it's like dangerous. You could get got again. But Spock, being the biggest logical brain in existence, is like, well, since I'm already affected, it won't really do much to me if I were to go down there. And Kirk is just like, all right, you're too logical, and I'm here like, yeah, you're way too logical. You're willing to risk your life to get a specimen, but also good on you, Spock. I really like that about Spock. He's able to do the thing that needs to be done the most logical thing in the world. And what I really like about this is he grabs one of those pancake boys, puts it under observation. How do we kill it? trying different things. We're gonna throw some chemicals, we're gonna throw some guns, we're gonna throw some explosives. But the only thing that actually works, and this isn't even a natural thought until Kirk thinks about the guy who was going into the sun, what he said, finally free! And I'm like, okay, so this must be some sort of a vampire pancake boy we got going on here. I don't actually know what they're named. I don't know what this species is named that's causing all these people to go mass insanity, but I'm gonna call them vampire pancake boys now because they're heavily affected by light. They get blasted by a light and then they're dead. I love Spock in this episode so much. Here he is. Once again, he's stepping up to the mantle and he's like, all right, I am willing to be tested on. Let's test this theory out. I'm not going to put any shades on. I'm going to go into the light room. No shades on, just look at the light. And then, boo, all of his light is just it's super bright. I like the description of the brightness. It's so bright that in an empty room, in a closed, empty room, it can be lit up. It is that bright. And Spock just looked at it, just like a Chad. He was like so Chadly. He's like, I'm not afraid of any light. What's nice about Spock is afterward, he feels fine, but he's blind. He's stumbling around. And I really like seeing him stumble around. It's pretty fun. It's like, he's like knocking things over. It's like, I'm fine. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I'm knocking things over. But, you know, this will work. We just gotta, like, blast all these planets with this light rays. And so they do. And then it's all cured. Everyone's cured because they've been blasted by these light rays. And all these vampire pancake boys are gone. No more mass insanity for this galaxy, for these cluster of planets. And also, Spock is not blind because he has an inner eyelid developed from ancient Vulcans, which is fun. I really like this. It's like a nice biological fact. This episode ends. Spock has his vision back. Seems like all these people are no longer insane, and the rest of the galaxy is saved. Mwah! Amazing. This is a fun episode. This is, did you know, the final of the first season? This is a good way to end the first season of Star Trek. I really enjoyed this episode a lot. I especially liked the part where we have those vampire pancake boys just going through the air. It's terrifying. I wouldn't want to be near them at all. Ah! And what if they get you? Oh, they got my spine. Now I'm insane, and now I want to drag myself to a ship, take that ship to a sun, and drive directly into the sun. Because that's what these vampire pancake boys are wanting me to do. So I really like this episode a lot. There's a lot of energy within this episode. Overall, it's a fun episode. Not gonna lie, I like it. I gotta give this episode, it's a solid like 8 out of 10. If you like this review, watch another one. The platform really likes that. If you want to fast track a movie review, you can do that for $20 deals at patreon.com/ASEPresents. And if you like to help support the daily grindiness of all them daily movie reviews, go to this link tree. Find the way you can help support the daily grind of all them daily movie reviews, so you can go here. And until next time, I'm in Salad Saw. I'll see you later, my salad croutons and bacon bits. Boop. Beam me up.